station of Fox Sports.
We are the Fourth. We are Ohio.
Last Sunday night, we saw shades of what Edinson Volquez is capable of doing if he survives the first inning. Can he do it tonight? He'll need to. He opposes Josh Johnson, the #1 ERA leader in the National League this year. Well, they are jam-packed at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati tonight. A sellout crowd on hand for Game 2 of this 3-game series between the Cincinnati Reds and the Florida Marlins. The Reds are trying to even the series at a game apiece after the 1-run loss here last night. And hi again, everybody, alongside Chris Welsh. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds Baseball. Well, we talked about these two pitchers, the two aces of their respective staffs. Edinson Volquez last Sunday, Chris, looked much better than at any point so far this year.
Well, he finally rid himself of that monster called the first inning, Tom, and that was the thing that was just plaguing him all year long. Could not get through the first inning without having a problem. But last week, against the St. Louis Cardinals, he was able to take care of business. He was touched up for 1 home run by Yadier Molina. The Reds didn't give him much in the way of offensive support, but when he gets that fastball working, mid-90s, the high 90s, great changeup, he's going to be just as good as the guy that he's facing tonight. And that would be Josh Johnson, all 6 feet 7 inches and 250 pounds of him. He leads the National League in earned run average, in batting average against. The guy's only given up 13 hits all year long. That's covering 5 different starts. Yes, he's got great pitches. He's got the strikeout pitch. Both guys are victims of Tommy John surgery. They've come back. They're throwing the ball healthy right now. This ought to be, and probably will be, a very fine pitching duel this evening.
Well, we can't wait for this to get started. It's a big night tonight for Joey Votto. Of course, they're giving away those MVP bobbleheads. We'll take a look at one of those in a minute.
Cincinnati Reds and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Standing room only tickets, all that was left available as early as Thursday for this Saturday night affair between the Marlins and the Reds. And what a beautiful weather night. What about the rest of the evening? Here's Jeff Creighton.
Well, it looks like the Reds are fishing for a win tonight with the Marlins in town. Looks like a nice night for baseball as well. 72 by the first pitch, 69 by that seventh inning. By the final out, 66. And at this point, right now, it looks like the game goes off without a hitch. It looks like it'll be dry for another attempt at a Reds win.
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. And, of course, being honored on the field here tonight for the 2010 Tip O'Neill Award. That's not the former Speaker of the House, by the way. It's a player from Ontario, Canada, going all the way back to the late 1800s. Spent 1 year, in fact, with the Reds in 1892, given annually by the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame to the player who excelled in individual achievement and team contribution while adhering to baseball's highest ideals. Joey Votto, the winner. And tonight, of course, the MVP Joey Votto bobblehead giveaway. Everybody very excited. I mean, look at that little guy. He's ready to use it as a baseball. Are the Reds going to win tonight? Could somebody please hit the top of the head? Yes, 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 yes. Saturday night duel indeed. Reds and Marlins. State Farm agents are there when you need them. Find an agent or get a quote at statefarm.com. By your local Ford dealer. Ford, drive one. By the Regional Tourism Network. Book your trip at CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline, whenever you're feeling good and hungry, it's Skyline time. Now 42,000 plus are hungry for a Reds win here tonight as they take the field on this beautiful Saturday night in Cincinnati. And we're glad that you're with us here on Fox Sports Ohio. The Marlins at 16-8 on the year. Here's their lineup. Chris Coughlin back in the lineup in center. Omar Infante at second. Hanley Ramirez, the shortstop. Gavi Sanchez at first with Mike Stanton right, and Greg Dobbs to start at third base. John Buck with a big home run last night behind the plate. Emilio Bonifacio is in left field, and Josh Johnson is on the mound. And starting it for the Reds, 2-1 record, ERA at 6.35. Is Edinson Volquez.
Well, you know about Edinson's first inning woes. He's given up a run in 4 of his 5 starts. Hopefully that will not continue tonight. He's got a live fastball. He'll throw as hard as 97 miles an hour. He's got a real good sinking, running changeup. And those 2 combination of pitches are really all he needs when he gets on a roll to be able to get it going. But for Edinson, it's finding that cruising speed early on, and that's the scouting report on the Reds right-hander tonight.
Well, in Sunday's start at St. Louis, without a doubt his most impressive outing of the year. He threw that scoreless first inning, which snapped a streak in which he had allowed at least 1 run in the first inning of each of his first 4 starts of the year. There you see the numbers. He allowed that 3-run home run to Yadier Molina in the 6th inning of a scoreless game, which gave St. Louis a 3-0 lead, and they won the game 3-0 behind Jake Westbrook. Crew Chief Joe West behind the plate tonight. Angel Hernandez at first, Paul Schreiber at second, Chad Fairchild the umpire at third, and here's Chris Coghlan. A very good start to this season for Coghlan, playing a new position already for the 4th time since being drafted. And the opening pitch on the way is strike 1 on the outside corner, and we're underway. Coghlan 4 home runs, 16 runs batted in, has been bothered by a sore shoulder going all the way back to spring training. He had been playing every day with it up until the final game of their just completed homestand, when he had to ask out of a game. And that's something that Coghlan has never done, he says, at any level, was ask out of a game. Two and 1 to Coghlan. 2 years ago was the National League's Rookie of the Year in 2009. And then last year, through the first 91 games, was hitting right around 270. And we told the story last night, as it's 3-1 account, that Coghlan, during a post-game celebration, went to put a pie in the face of one of his teammates. And as he was running away, he tore the meniscus in his knee, and his season was over. 3-1 pitch, and it's a walk to begin the game.
Now that's not the way you want to start. The first 3 pitches of the ball game for Edinson Volquez were all different pitches. He throws 3 different ones, not including a cutter, but he threw a fastball for a strike, then tried a curveball, that was a ball, then tried a changeup, that was a ball, and then consecutive fastballs got him on got that runner at first base. He's trying to use them all, I think, to make sure that he doesn't come out in the first inning and just become a fastball thrower. That's what got him in so much problems early in the year when he gave up runs in the first inning.
Coghlan 1 of 2 in stolen base attempts, and here's Omar Infante, the Florida second baseman. And there's ball 1. A slow start at the plate for Infante, a .224 batter without a home run, 9 runs batted in, knocked in a run, at a double last night. There goes Coghlan, pitch taken, throw by Hernandez is not going to be in time. It was a good throw, but it looked like as Phillips went to catch it, that Coghlan, sliding in, made contact with Brandon Phillips' glove.
Well, he had a pretty good lead and jump right there. He looks back. Coghlan's got some deceptive speed, and it looks like that if Brandon Phillips had been able to hold on to this ball, the throw was on the money, he would have been able to get him. Actually, it was into the body of the runner and not into Brandon's glove at all.
So right from the get-go, with nobody out, the Marlins have a runner in scoring position, and it's 2 balls and no strikes on Omar Infante. Will he bunt that runner over to third? Well, he takes a 2-0 pitch. When you've got Josh Johnson on the mound, a lot of managers, with their #1 guy who's pitching better than he ever has in his career, and arguably better than anybody in the major league, you'll try and give him an early lead. He doesn't need much most of the time. And the Marlins will take a 1-0 lead in the first inning. A walk, a stolen base, and a single.
You know, a lot of people look at Omar Infante and say it was an aberration that he was an all-star last year for the Atlanta Braves. Really not an everyday player, but the last 3 seasons he has averaged an over 300 batting average. This is no fluke. He puts the bat on the ball. He hits the ball where it's pitched. He's a tough out, and that number 2 spot for him is a real good spot in that lineup, and he comes up big right away with an RBI. I mean, that's not all that bad of a pitch. This is the lower part of the strike zone right here. That ball actually a ball, and he goes down and is able to get a line drive into right center field. Just a good bit of hitting.
Our Performance Honda Exmo shot of contact by Infante to make it a 1-0 game. Still nobody out. Here's Hanley Ramirez. And it's ball 1. That is now 7 consecutive home games right here at Great American Ballpark where the opposition has scored in the first inning. 7 consecutive games. And the 11th time in the 15 home games the Reds have played this year. That is a staggering number.
It's almost the kind of number that is so strange that it just statistically odd that it would happen. So you got to figure that at some point it's going to turn around and go the other way, and you're going to see a lot of zeros on the board. I know that Dusty wants to see it.
Hanley Ramirez came to town last night hitting under 200. He had 2 hits and 5 at bats and knocked in 3 runs, scored a run here last night, so he begins play tonight at 210 with 9 RBIs. And they're hoping the last 4 games Ramirez has started to swing the bat better, that will jumpstart him into another big year. He has been among the game's very best since coming over in the deal for Josh Beckett and Mike Lowell from Boston in 2005. Volquez has his first out of the game.
Well, if he begins to get this pitch over, and that's his changeup, he'll be a very tough pitcher to get much more off of tonight. You see where it starts. It looks like it's coming about knee high, and by the time it gets to Ramon Hernandez, it's down on the shoe tops. He really works over the top of that ball, has a nice light grip on it, is able to kill the speed of the ball with that light grip. Great arm action. You combine that with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, and you've got 2 premium pitches.
Now the first baseman and cleanup hitter, Gabi Sanchez. He looks at a breaking ball away. A .303 batter is Sanchez. 3 home runs. And 10 runs batted in. He had 2 hits, scored a run, was on base 3 times here last night. What a start to this year for these Florida Marlins. They've won 16 of their first 24 games. And it is the best start in franchise history. And win or lose tonight, they will still own the best mark through 25 games in club history.
Mentioned it last night. The Sanchez, the first baseman, was a first baseman at the University of Miami, and he was there right before Yonder Alonso took over first base. So they have a history down there of being able to produce almost major league ready hitters. It didn't take long for Gabi Sanchez to get to the major leagues, and it probably will not take very long for Yonder Alonso to get here.
There's a 4-pitch walk, and that's the second walk of the inning by Edinson Volquez, and the crowd is going to continue to boo and not be happy. They're very, very familiar with the woes of Edinson Volquez in the first inning this year. The Reds on defense brought to you by Ford. Johnny Gomes back in the lineup tonight in left field. It's Cairo, Yanish, Phillips, and Votto along the infield, and Ramon Hernandez behind the plate. Well, Ramon came out to talk to Volquez, and now all of a sudden Brian Price comes trotting out.
Well, I think that he's going to try to settle Volquez down and maybe give him one mechanical tip to rely on. Every pitcher has one thing in their delivery that kind of brings it all together, makes him go, makes it click. And I'm not sure what it is for Edinson Volquez, but what usually happens with pitchers, and I'm seeing this in Volquez right now, is that he's beginning to get long with everything. You want to stay compact. Yes, you want to stay tall on the mound, you want to stay big and so on, but you don't want to have arms going one way and legs going the other. Those last couple of pitches he threw to Sanchez, it looks like he's really trying to extend himself before he should in the delivery. Consequently, his delivery is getting long, and that's why he's wild.
Well, now Mike Stanton, the right fielder, with 2 on, 1 in, 1 out. And the first pitch breaking ball to Stanton is a good one for a strike.
The beauty of that pitch, that's not anywhere near his best pitch. So now he's 0-1, and Stanton hasn't seen either of his better pitches, changeup or fastball. I'll tell you one thing about this young man in the batter's box. If you want to thrill yourself, you come out early to watch him take batting practice. I mean, he is playing pepper with the second deck there in left field. Hit them up there where Mark McGwire used to hit them. Some kind of strong.
Infante Sanchez aboard, 1 out, 1-1 pitch, and a swing and a miss sends it to 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, not a very confident swing right there. On an even pitch count, 1 ball, 1 strike, you'd think that a power hitter like Stanton would really let it loose. That was not his pitch, and if he had hit that ball, it wouldn't have gone very well.
Stan made his major league debut on June the 8th last year. Got a start out in right field, had 3 hits, scored 2 runs in his major league debut. 20 years and 212 days. The second youngest player to make their debut with the Marlins. The youngest being Miguel Cabrera. 2-2 on the way. And there's a ground ball that should be 2. And it is. After a half inning, Marlins lead 1-0. Trailing 1-0, Bruce Tubbs will lead things off. He'll be followed by Jay Bruce and Joey Votto. Brandon Phillips again in the cleanup spot. Johnny Gomes in left, Miguel Cairo at third. Ramon Hernandez, Paul Janisch, and Edinson Volquez, the latter third in the order. Big Josh Johnson.
Well, he's 6 feet 7 inches tall. They've got him listed at 250. I wouldn't be surprised if he's bigger than that. In the words of Joey Votto, he is the most physically imposing pitcher in the league. No doubt about it. Mid to high 90s fastball. He's got a downward plane on everything. He's come up with a curveball. Just enough of it that you have to be aware of it. But his main 2 pitches are fastball. He cuts the fastball a little bit from time to time going away from righties. And the other is that downward breaking slider. He gets a lot of strikeouts with that pitch.
If you want to hear maybe the most amazing stat so far in this young baseball season, and we don't like to flood you with too many stats unless they just jump off the charts, consider this if you will. Josh Johnson has yet to allow a base hit in the first 3 innings of any of his first 5 starts this year. Opposing hitters in the first 3 innings this year are 0 for 45 against Josh Johnson. That is unbelievable. But let us not forget, Josh Johnson came rolling into Cincinnati last year. Maybe not with the ridiculous numbers that he has through the first month of this season, but he was still one of the best pitchers in the league. And I mean, the Reds just knocked him all over the ballpark. On August the 13th, right here, he took the loss, allowing 6 runs, 10 hits in 3 2/3 innings. So the Reds have done pretty well against this big guy. You see the numbers up and down the lineup. And there's strike 3. So now batters are 0 for 46 against Josh Johnson. Defense presented by Ford. Bonifacio moves to left field. Coughlin back in the lineup in center. Greg Dobbs has started third base. And the battery of Johnson and Buck. Now Jay Bruce, 247 batter, 4 home runs, 11 runs batted in.
Like that approach by Bruce. You know, look for something hard early in the count and let it rip.
You go all the way back to when Josh Johnson had that Tommy John surgery on July the 10th, 2008. 1-2 now to Bruce. He has surrendered 4 or more runs only 10 times in 80 starts. And his record going back to July 2008 is 36-12. Line into left field, but caught. 2 away.
All I can tell you, Tom Brenneman, is I keep reading all these incredible stats about Josh Johnson, the numbers that he's put up this year, how good he's been since Tommy John surgery. And I have to say one more time, I'm glad we don't play the game on paper.
You're right.
I'm glad they're playing it on the field tonight, because you just never know what's going to happen.
You're exactly right. Well, here's Joey Votto. Big bobblehead night tonight. And he looks at a strike on the outside corner, 96 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's a nice, easy 96. Look at Josh Johnson's delivery and tell me that that's just not smooth and easy. The ball comes out of his hand almost effortlessly.
I don't think Johnson liked that, or rather Votto liked that call a little bit from Joe West. Check swing there and a breaking ball. Just like that, it's 0-2.
Well, with Joe behind the plate, you better swing the bat.
String ends 0 for 47 in the first 3 innings this year against Josh Johnson for all National League batters.
And of all counts, a 0-2 pitch. But who else but Joey Votto? Johnson just trying to sneak a fastball by him in the upper part of the strike zone. A lot of teams have tried that, but that's not upper part of the strike zone. That is belt high, and Joey Votto's able to put a pretty good piece of wood on it. I'm crazy about hitting.
So now Brandon Phillips, a .348 batter, has 3 home runs and 13 runs batted in. Reds down 1-0, 2 away. We're in the bottom of the first inning. Brandon on a couple of times last night. 1 of 3, also drew a walk. Votto 3 out of 4 in stolen base attempts so far this year. Johnson, for a big man, naturally is a little on the slow side going to home plate. And generally against these kind of guys, it's going to be hard to string together 2-3 hits in an inning.
Well, and that's exactly right, Tom. That's why you've got to come up big when you do have the opportunity. And it also means pushing the running game a little bit. Teams have been successful in the past with Johnson on the mound. That is with stolen bases. When they get a runner on. And that's been the tough part this year. I mean, when you go into your 6th start of the year and you look down, you've only given up 13 hits and 6 walks. He's not used to pitching out of the stretch very much.
Two and one on Brandon Phillips. Votto running, and there's a bouncing ball in the right center field to hit. Votto will make the turn. He'll go to third. Just out of the reach of Infante, who is going to the second base bag.
Now, 2 of the Reds' hottest and best hitters have already gotten base hits off this guy. This is a fastball coming up and into Brandon. And again, Johnson, if he's trying to go upstairs, he's just not getting the ball high enough. That is a very good hittable zone for Brandon. 1st and 3rd go the Reds. And another fastball hitting Red coming into the batter's box. You put a runner in motion and infielders begin to move around. Oftentimes, you're going to find a spot open that would not be had that runner not been in motion. And Joey Votto got a slow start on that attempted stolen base, but it didn't matter. He goes 1st and 3rd on the base hit, and the Reds have a little momentum.
All right, here's Johnny Gomes back in the lineup. Looks at ball 1 away. Johnny at 197. Does lead the team with 6 home runs, has 16 runs driven in. Reds need this guy to get going again.
He'll get going. I mean, Johnny's always been a player that has been hot and cold and hot and cold. And, you know, you ride him when he's hot, and hopefully he'll be able to get fire here pretty soon. He's a good fastball hitter, that we know.
Johnson clearly concerned with Brandon Phillips over at first. Brandon with 2 stolen bases has not been thrown out.
That's a good thing.
Two balls and no strikes now on Johnny Gomes.
He rushed that last delivery badly, Johnson did. And it might be the presence of Brandon Phillips at first base. I mean, right now, Josh Johnson is on uncharted territory here in the 1st inning. He's not used to having base runners or giving up a hit in the 1st inning or 2nd or 3rd inning.
Two and 0 to Johnny. Oh, he got a fastball to hit, and he fouled it back to the screen. Votto with a 2-out single. Then the Reds play hit and run with Joey advancing to 3rd on the base hit by Brandon Phillips, and now trying to tie this game up, if not take the lead. They're down 1-0 in the bottom of the 1st inning. And you know, Chris, I always wonder, and speaking for probably a lot of the fans that are out there, when you're a guy like Josh Johnson and his stuff, why in the world are you paying so much attention to a guy at first base?
You know, I'm really mystified by that too. I mean, if I'm Randy St. Clair, the Marlins pitching coach, I'm pointing to the home plate saying, take care of the guy at the batter's box.
A borderline strike there. You can see that Johnny Gomes wasn't happy with the call by Joe West. But it's now 2-2.
That was the slider. You see him throw the fastball around 95. That's the 4-seamer. If it comes in around 91, 92, that's the cutter. And in the high 80s is the slider. Anything lower than that will be the curveball. Does not throw too many changeups. Well, he is just flat convinced that Brandon Phillips is going to steal a base.
Votto at 3rd, Brandon at 1st, 2 outs. Struck him out, inning over. 1-0 Marlins, end of 1. for serious injuries, call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Homer Bailey making what will more than likely be his final start for AAA Louisville. We might see him on the next road trip in Chicago, back in the Reds rotation, and again, very impressive numbers. Still pitching right now in the 6th inning, having allowed just 5 hits and 1 earned run.
Chopping to get back here. Hopefully that arm is healthy. He's built up his arm strength. He's obviously throwing strikes.
You normally
in all likelihood, that'll be his last start down there.
Yeah, you don't get normally very worried necessarily about what their numbers look like. I mean, Dusty Baker's already talked about it at length, the one terrible game that Johnny Cueto had 2 starts ago. And now baseball's been littered with guys who are very much accomplished major league pitchers that go down there and get knocked around a game or 2 here or there, but they're just trying to build up their arm strength and get their pitch count up. Bailey, meanwhile, has been lights out numbers wise.
Well, he really should be, because he's not an established major leaguer to the point where he's done it for 4 or 5 years in a row and is a 15-game winner year after year, and all of a sudden, now he finds himself in the minors.
Johnny Gomes will run down that fly ball off the bat of Greg Dobbs, and that's out number 1 against Edinson Volquez here in the 2nd. The Reds are down 1-0.
I know that there are a lot of guys go down there and they get beat up because, the other team, the minor leaguers, are so anxious to face a big leaguer. He might be working on just getting his fastball over and so on, and doesn't know the scouting report on these kids and so on. It's not quite the same game, but you don't want to go down there and embarrass yourself. Right. And I don't think there's a major leaguer ever that wants to go down there and get knocked around and get knocked out of the game in the 3rd inning when they expect him to go 6. So I'm happy to see Homer Bailey go down there and throw the ball well and get some good results.
In fact, that run he allowed tonight, the only run he allowed tonight, is the first run he has allowed in now his 3 rehab outings. John Buck looks at a fastball low and in, 1 ball and 1 strike. Buck signing as a free agent in the offseason with the Marlins after a very fine year in Toronto last season, his only year with the Blue Jays.
Well, he was impressive last night, no question about it, Tom, hitting that ball the other way with power, hit it twice the other way, once for a home run, and he's a dead red hitter. He loves to hit the fastball, and that last pitch, a changeup by Volquez. I think when they get an opportunity, they will keep something off speed on John Buck. Now, last night against Travis Wood, he was having a tough time. Tried to go outside with that fastball and kind of left it middle away. John Buck took care of that.
Just an unlucky night last night for Travis Wood. 2-2 pitch. And low and inside. Now 3 balls and 2 strikes on Buck.
He's really got to stay behind that pitch. When you throw a changeup, you want to sell it as a fastball. You fly open your front side, but you can't let your hand drop on the side of that pitch and release it too soon. And that's what Edinson Volquez has done several times. Until he gets on top of it, that's what's going to happen. I mean, pitching and hitting, if you listen to hitting coaches and their little mottos and the sayings that they have, they're very similar to what pitching coaches say. Stay behind the ball. Both of them say the same thing. And for Edinson Volquez, that's very important for him to do right now.
And there's a walk, 3rd of the game issued by Edinson Volquez through the first 7 batters on the night.
Well, the scouting report is out. I mean, you're watching guys pitch, you're seeing them on video, and I'm sure the Marlins, going over their pregame meeting, said, hey, make Volquez those strikes. That's one of the most important things that he has not done, not just this year, but through the course of his career. And that's what's keeping him from being the top-of-the-line starter in this rotation, game after game, his ability to pound the strike zone.
We bring up the name, I bring up the name frequently of Kurt Schilling. Having had the chance to see him through those dominant years, leading the Arizona Diamondbacks to a World Series title in 2001. And Now, Schilling used to talk all the time as a younger man. He'd fool around with his changeup and his split finger and his curveball and his slider and all these different pitches until one of the oldest axioms in all of baseball, that light finally came on to Schilling when he got to be in his mid-20s and was already with his third different organization. There are very few guys that are throwing the ball 95, 96, 97 miles per hour, as Bonifacio is out number 2. And that the best pitch in baseball is still the located fastball. And you can do all those other things and throw all those other pitches until you're blue in the face. But until you can locate your fastball consistently, your chances of winning games in the major leagues are slim.
Well, that's why Greg Maddux is be a first-year Hall of Famer when he's eligible, because that's the one thing he could do better than anybody in his generation. Whether he threw the ball at 88 at the end of his career, whether he was throwing it at 92 earlier in his career. It's the pitchability factor. That's why Mike Leake is in the big leagues right out of college, because he can locate his fastball, period. Now, it's great if you can throw that fastball at 97, but you still have to locate it.
Two and 0 the pitcher, Josh Johnson. 2 out, 1 on. It's a 1-0 Florida lead.
Well, you don't want to see what happened last night. I really believe that the biggest at-bat last night for Travis Wood was in the first inning against Javier Vasquez. He did not retire the pitcher. They came on to score another run in the inning, and I think that really undid everything.
Johnson has been a pretty good hitting pitcher during his career.
For his power standpoint. Overall, he's hitting 133, but he has knocked 3 home runs. All of those came in 1 year, 2009.
And already this year with only 2 hits, but he has driven in 3 runs.
One of those guys that bats opposite the way he throws. He's got that protection elbow pad right in front of him there.
Two on Josh Johnson. That's what happened in that at bat you were referring to a moment ago in last night's game when Travis Wood went 3-2 on Javier Vasquez. Fouled away a couple of pitches and then had that base hit to knock in a run. So 3-2 now, Volquez against Josh Johnson. And he has walked the pitcher. The first 9 Florida batters in the game, and 4 of them have been walked by Edinson Volquez.
Well, that's a leaderboard containing 2 guys, Vasquez and Morton, both of whom have beaten the Reds.
Coghlan with 2 on and 2 men out. And there's ball 1. Coghlan walked leading off the game, stole second, scored on a base hit by Omar Infante. That's the game's only run. Number 7 hitter has drawn a walk here in the inning, and the pitcher, the number 9 batter, has drawn a walk in the inning. 1-0 to the leadoff man, Coghlan, is 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, right now, when you're as wild as Volquez is, there's usually more than just one thing going on with your mechanics. But what I see most of with him is that his head is going one way and his arm is going the other. You watch him when he gets wild, his head is pulling towards the first base bag. And scouts and pitching coaches call that running away from your arm. And leaving your arm in the wrong arm slot, and you can never repeat that same arm slot time after time. That's why he finds himself behind every hitter. One way to correct that is slow things down a little bit, stay over the rubber just a little bit longer to make sure that you finally feel strong and solid and you go to the plate in one piece. hard part is correcting it in a big league game with 2 guys on base.
Two balls and a strike to Chris Coghlan. With runners at first and second, and now Volquez backs off the rubber, and that'll draw another trip to the mound by Ramon Hernandez.
It doesn't matter how many times Ramon goes out there. Every trip is worth it if you get positive results. I mean, it could be that Ramon will ask him what's going on here, and Edinson will say, you know what, I don't have a good feel for my changeup right now. And that may be the reason why Ramon kept calling for the changeup or whatever it was, and then Edinson didn't want to throw it, so they want to go out and talk about it a little bit. Kind of a helpless feeling when you're the pitching coach or a huge Reds fan sitting at home watching it.
Two and one still to Coghlan with 2 aboard and 2 men out here in the second inning. And there's a fly ball into left field. And Gomes with lots of room, and that'll retire the side. 2 men left, middle of the second. The Marlins lead 1-0. Game this year with the Emmy Award-winning rendition of Reds Live on Fox Sports Ohio, presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. Well, again tomorrow they'll get underway at 3:30. It'll be Jeff Piccoro and Jim Day. Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing Jim Day's interview, which he taped earlier today with Aroldis Chapman. That'll be in Reds Live, the post-game version after the game tonight. And we'll visit with Jim Day about that interview here coming up shortly. Reds down 1-0. They bat in the second inning. And Miguel Cairo down strike 1. Well, if you're just tuning in, Josh Johnson had not allowed a single hit through the first 3 innings in any of his first 5 starts this year. The Reds got 2 hits against him. They could not plate a run. In the air to Stanton in right field, 1 out. Well, here comes Ramon Hernandez, 286 batter, couple of home runs and 9 runs batted in. 1-1 on Hernandez, and there's a rocket one-hop diving play by Hanley Ramirez, and from his right knee throws out Hernandez at first base. Nice play by the Marlins all-star Hanley Ramirez.
Well, he can do it definitely on both sides of the ball. Normally a very ferocious hitter. A very good play. Athletic from one knee, flips it to first base like it's nothing.
So very quickly here in this Reds second inning, the first two batters retired by Josh Johnson. And that'll bring up the number 8 hitter, shortstop Paul Yanis. 282 hitter with 9 runs batted in. Looks at a pitch away, ball 1. Yanis knocked in one of the 2 runs the Reds scored in the 9th inning, but they came up 1 run short. So against Marlins closer Leo Nunez in a 7-6 loss. Reds come into the game at 500, 13 up, 13 down. The St. Louis Cardinals rallied again as they did last night to beat Atlanta. And they trailed 2-0 late before rallying today. That one in the air to left field, hit pretty well, and it is off the wall. And that will be a double for Paul Yanis.
Boy, has he hit the ball hard here over the last few days. Down in the number 8 spot in the order. You don't expect a whole lot out of Paul Yanis. He hit a double, a big double in the 9th inning yesterday to drive in Ramon Hernandez. Our Expo look at this double that nearly got out of here. Well, Yanis hit a line drive his first 2 at-bats yesterday at the third baseman, at the shortstop. Ended up 1 for 4 with a double, and he's already picked up an extra base hit tonight.
So now Edinson Volquez 0 for 9 with a bat in hand this year. They're playing way back on the right side, and I think Edinson saw the same thing.
I can't believe it. I mean, I don't know why Gabby Sanchez is not just playing at least even with the bag. Because if you get it over here in the right area, over this way somewhere, that's no man's land. And if he can just push it by the pitcher, he runs well enough that he can be able to get to first base, keep the inning going, and turn the line over.
Well, they're still playing back over there. He could think about doing it again, but does not, and swings and misses. It's 0-2.
Why wouldn't he do it right here? I mean, with the way he swings the bat, that might be his best shot.
Slowly hit to Hanley Ramirez. Takes a while to get rid of it, and Volquez nearly beat it out, but just out. On the call by Angel Hernandez. The hit a man left. End of 2. 1-0 Florida in front.
Pitching every day has been my bigger adjustment. When I pitch 1, 2, or 3 days in a row, the next couple of days I come really tired. I really felt tired.
Our Geico Direct quote is part of the interview done by Jim Day with Aroldis Chapman and his interpreter Tomas Veras before the game. And Jimbo, tell us a little bit more about what's coming up after the game on Reds Live tonight.
Well, we talked about that very issue, about him going back-to-back days and that adjustment to the bullpen. Also asked him about the radar gun. The fans are so concerned about his velocity being down on his second or third day. We asked him about that, if it's a concern to him. Also asked him what are his future goals. Does he want to be a closer? Does he want to be a starter? It's coming up on Reds Live post-game.
Boy, Jim, you are the master of the tease. I mean, I want to know the answers to all those questions.
You'll have to stick around. That's
why I say you're the master of the tease. And many other things, I might add. All right, 1-0 Marlins in front. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 in the batting order. Infante, Ramirez, and Sanchez. Infante with that base hit into center field to drive in Coghlan in the first inning, the only run of the game. Strike one from Edinson Volquez, who has walked 4 batters through the first 2 innings. He's only allowed 1 hit. That was a base hit to Infante.
Best curveball of the night right there for Edinson Volquez. You know what's happened with Volquez is that he gets all excited early in the ball game, overthrows a lot of pitches. He gets wild and long with his delivery. Then when he gets about 40 or 50 pitches under his belt, he's worn down enough to kind of settle into a little bit of a groove, almost finding your cruising speed. Like you do on the highway, you finally get it into cruise control, and then you just go cruise on down the road. Well, that's where he's trying to get, and I think he's just about there. And what we've seen this year from him is that it takes him a few innings to get there. Kind of like you in that marathon tomorrow, Tom.
0-2 to Infante. And it's rolled over foul. We took our kids down to the mini marathon today, where they start where the marathon runners tomorrow will start. They finish where they finish. But it's only 25 miles less to run. But it was awesome. Well, what a great job they do. There were thousands upon thousands of kids that ran in that event earlier today. Started right over here, as will the marathon tomorrow, right here on Joe Nuxall Way, right on the corner. A number of the Reds employees are going to be running in that marathon tomorrow, and I know a lot of you watching the game right now will be running tomorrow, whether it's part of a relay or running the half marathon or the full marathon. Good luck to everybody.
Really great to see how big that marathon has got. The Flying Pig Marathon, now nationally recognized all over the place, is just the one you want to come here to compete in. Start where you start and finish at the finish swine.
That's exactly what it's called. The finish swine. We're talking to Dave Armbruster. We mentioned his name last night. He is the longtime Reds on Radio producer engineer. He'll be running again tomorrow. Rob Butcher, the Reds director of media relations, will be running tomorrow, and many others around the ballpark. But boy, he was explaining about the pace at which the winners these days are running. And there's a 1-2 pitch banged into left field, a base hit by Infante.
That's a good at bat by Omar Infante, because he fouled off a lot of tough pitches to keep the at bat alive before he finally was able to get one up, find a hole, and pick up his second base hit of the night. Guy's a pesky out.
So the leadoff man aboard here in the Florida third inning, and now it's Hanley Ramirez. Breaking ball, strike one. Hanley Ramirez struck out his first time up tonight. Volquez ahead at 0-2.
The same thing happens to hitters that happens to pitchers. Pitchers get long in their delivery. They get awkward. Legs going one way, head going another way. Same thing happens to a hitter, and that's what seems to be happening to Hanley Ramirez right now. We've seen him take two really wild, long swings that just don't look like they normally fit him.
Very short lead by Infante. 2 out of 3 in stolen base attempts on the year, and there's a fastball that sails high and away. 55 pitches in the game for Edinson Volquez, and there is nobody out here in the 3rd inning. Volquez has made 75 career starts without a complete game. There are only 4 active pitchers that have made more starts without a complete game than Volquez in his 75, and here's strike 3 on Ramirez.
Well, power pitchers are always going to throw more pitches than contact pitchers. Nice little frame job right there by Ramon Hernandez. Watch him take this glove and move it right there so Joe West can say, hey, on the corner. Boy, it's so important to have a receiver with soft hands that can kind of bring those pitches back, hold them right there.
Well, that was one of the tech talks you did with him.
Make one of those marginal pitches look like a strike, because in that particular case, the umpire is looking on the inside part of the home plate, and he has to estimate over there. He doesn't have that straight line vision there.
That was a very good tech talk he had that day with Ramon.
Well, it wasn't just one day. I mean, we run those over a series of days, but Ramon spent a long time out there with me. And, you know, like most players, when you start talking about the tools of their trade, they want to stay out there and talk baseball all day long. And he was wonderful. I'll tell you what, Reds are very fortunate to have the 2 catchers they have behind the plate.
1-0 on Gaby Sanchez. And it's in there, strike. Sanchez walked in the 1st inning. Pitch, and a fastball again misses away to a right-handed batter. 2-1 on Sanchez.
You know, you talk about spotting the fastball, Tom. That is the spot that all right-handed pitchers quest to own, the low and outside corner. You can get by with some inferior stuff if you can throw that ball on the knees, on the block away at will.
Well, that was the thing that amazed me. The one game a couple of years ago, after Leo Mazzoni had left the ranks of being a pitching coach for over 20 years, most of those, of course, in Atlanta, finished up in Baltimore. We did a game with him one night, and he talked about that's all he told all of his pitchers. Yeah. Forget that business about coming inside and all that kind of thing. Just locate on the outside corner all day long.
There aren't that many hitters that can take care of that pitch.
2-2 on Gaby Sanchez. And that ball is drilled into deep left field. Johnny Gomes got it. Nice play by Johnny. And that's out number 2 in the inning. Tell you, Gomes has played a very nice left field. Most of last year and even better so far this year.
You know, I don't think he gets anywhere near the credit for being a complete ball player that he is. He goes back on this ball, was struck well. And he makes the catch. Stays on his feet, brings it back into the infield, and Infante had gone all the way around and past second base, had to go back and tag the bag on his way back to first. Guy comes to play every day now, let me tell you.
All right, 2 away in the inning after a leadoff single by Infante, and here's Stanton, who bounced into a big double play. After a run had scored, the Marlins had 2 on in the 1st inning with only 1 out, and Stanton hit a ground ball right at Brandon Phillips. It started the inning-ending double play. I mean, jumping all over a 2-0 pitch there with Stanton, and he hammered that ball down the third base line, and hopefully, yeah, it looked like it hit a fella, just grazed off the top of his head down there, and he's telling everybody, I am fine.
Knocked the lens out of his sunglasses, huh?
Thank God he's all right.
That's one tough hombre right there.
There is no question about that. On Mike Stanton. And a fastball this time he's tardy on. He fouls it away to the first base side. Well, whoever that fan is, I tell you, I want that guy on my team. I mean, he let everybody know no sooner did it. There he's telling you, he got him in a noggin, and no sooner had it gone about 30 rows behind him. He's on his feet saying, I'm fine, don't worry about it. Telling the usher they came down immediately naturally to see if he's okay, and you can read his lips, I'm fine.
He knocked the lenses out of his glasses.
In the air, left center field. Stubbs drifting back, and he has room. Leadoff hit, left on base, and that fella's trying to piece some things together. We're glad he's all right. Cosgrove of Mainville, Ohio, who currently owns a 2011 Camry XLE, will win that beautiful new Tundra on display here at Great American Ballpark. Why don't you register for your chance to win in an upcoming game by seeing your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Top of the order against Josh Johnson here in the Reds' third inning. Florida with a 1-0 lead. Drew Stubbs looked at strike three his first time up and looks at strike one to begin the bottom of the third inning. Told you the Cardinals have already won today. Early on, Houston a 1-0 lead over Milwaukee. And there's a routine two-hopper down to third, and that'll take care of Stubbs. 1 out. Right now, join FoxSportsOhio.com's Hal McCoy for a live in-game chat. You can check out the Bengals and get to know their new wide receiver, A.J. Green. It's only on FoxSportsOhio.com, presented by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO and SafeAuto.com. Now Jay Bruce. He flied out to left field his first time up tonight.
Hit the ball hard. Got a fastball down in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Talking to Jay before the ball game, and that's what he and Joey Votto are both trying to do. Be aggressive as they are against most pitchers, but look for something hard early in the at-bat. Try to hit the fastball when possible.
Fastball in the outside corner, and Johnson now ahead of Jay Bruce at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Reds had 2 hits in the first inning, and in the second inning they got a 2-out double, just missing a home run off the wall in left field on a drive by Paul Yanish. And now Stubbs retired to begin this third. The count has gone full to Jay Bruce. And there's a 1-out walk. First issued in the game by Josh Johnson. Now Joey Votto comes up there representing the go-ahead run. Now on Joey. Very good numbers for Votto against Josh Johnson. Bruce diving back ahead of the tag on a throw over by Johnson. Jay 3 of 4 in stolen base attempts this year. But at 2-0, Votto looking for something to hammer here.
You know, if you're Jay Bruce, you want to get just far enough off first base to make Josh Johnson think about you a little bit, but not far enough to get picked off, because he's not going anywhere. He presents an opportunity for Votto, if he gets a breaking ball, to use that right side to open up and maybe get an extra base hit.
Fastball in the outside corner, 2-1 on Joey Votto.
Off a couple of runners last year to Josh Johnson. 15 stolen bases overall. The last year Marlins catchers threw out 8.
Up and away, off speed there on the 2-1 pitch to Votto. 3 balls and a strike.
2 changeups in this at bat. Face an MVP, you have to move the ball around, change speeds. You can't go out in the same way.
And he draws a walk. So here Johnson coming in the game tonight. In 34 innings and walked 9 batters. He did not allow a hit in any of the first 5 starts through the first 3 innings so far this year. And here we are through 2 1/3. The Reds have 3 hits. They've drawn 2 walks. Now the question is, can they get some runs on the board?
Now Brandon Phillips, by his own admission, very aggressive at the plate. Not very patient at all. And you're going to be thinking, if he sees a first pitch fastball, he ought to be ready to swing the bat. After back-to-back walks to put 2 runners on, Josh Johnson wants to get ahead of Brandon Phillips, and Brandon ought to be ready.
Well, the Reds played hit and run with Votto at first and 2 men out, and Phillips bounced a single through the vacated right side in the opening inning. But now 2 on, 1 out. And here he is, ready for that first pitch fastball, but he fouls it off to the first base side out of play. Reds trying to put something together here against Johnson in the bottom of the 3rd, trailing 1-0. They have Bruce at second base and Joey Votto on at first. Only 1 out.
That's the changeup grip.
Came back with a fastball. Second time that Phillips has been a wee bit late. Now Brandon behind in the count of the ball and 2 strikes. Clearly the 2 most consistent, the 2 best hitters in the Reds lineup through the first month of this season, Votto and Phillips. Brandon trying to get the Reds on the board here in the last of the 3rd inning with 2 on and 1 out. Behind in the count to Johnson, 1-2. Came back with a breaking ball, so his pattern has been fastball, breaking ball, fastball, breaking ball.
Yeah, his breaking ball tonight just doesn't seem to have the snap in it that I've seen. You know, you go back and watch earlier starts this year of Johnson, and he really had some great days of curveballs just falling off the table. And I don't see that tonight. A little bit more of a roller tonight. Might be a good night for the Reds to jump on him. Be a good time to start it.
2-2 to Brandon. So the pattern continues. Fastball, breaking ball, fastball, breaking ball, fastball. Does that mean here on 2-2 he comes back and falls into the same pattern, Chris? Another breaking ball.
Well, you know, if you don't see him shaking pitches off, then you're guessing along with the catcher and not the pitcher.
Continues on. Runners will not advance. It looked like Buck had fielded that cleanly on a pitch in the dirt, was going to fire down to first, and then it squirted out of his glove. But by that time, both Bruce and Votto were retreating back to their bags. All right, Chris, so does that mean now we're going to see a fastball? 3-2.
I don't think you guess when you've got 2 strikes on you. Brandon Phillips has been late on the fastball because he's protecting against getting too far out ahead in that breaking ball. He's battling them tough. See it and hit it.
Would they dare start the runners with 1 out? They do. Swing and a miss and no throw. So stolen bases for Bruce and Votto. Yep.
Finally got Brandon to chase one out of the strike zone right there. That looked like a changeup, actually, that he held on to, and Brandon not happy with himself for chasing that very bad pitch. Maybe that was a mongrelized curveball.
Second opportunity tonight for Johnny Gomes. Reds had him on the corners with 2 outs in the first inning. Gomes struck out to end the inning. And here they're at second and third with 2 outs in the 3rd. the count on Johnny. And a breaking ball just off the inside corner to even the count.
Well, that's the kind of curveball that you hang, but you hang it so much that it never really gets into a good hitting zone. If he finishes that curve just a little bit more, that is right in Gomes' wheelhouse.
Well, what a lift it would be for Johnny Gomes and the Reds. A big hit right now. Fastball away, 2 balls and a strike. Reds just seem to be missing that spark, at least consistently here of late, that they had so frequently a year ago en route to a divisional title. They were right around the 500 mark after the first month of the season last year, and it was the month of May where they really kicked it into gear, going 18-11. Propelling them to being in contention through the rest of the way. There's a fly ball in the left center field, but it'll stay in the park. Who wants it? Coghlan to end the inning. 2 big chances for Johnny Gomes. He's left 4 men on base. Brought to you in part by JTM Food Group, proudly serving America's restaurants, schools, retailers, and our military around the world. JTM Food Group. By your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. For a visit near you, visit buyatoyota.com. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by John Deere. Visit your local Cincinnati John Deere dealer this deer season. Along the banks of the mighty Ohio. Sellout crowd, perfect weather night. And the Marlins with a 1-0 lead in Game 2 of this 3-game series. Marlins 1-run winners in the opener here last night, 7-6. Edinson Volquez against Greg Dobbs, John Buck, and Emilio Bonifacio. The Marlins have put at least 1 runner on in each of the first 3 innings.
You mean Edinson Volquez has put 1 runner on in each of the first 3 innings?
More accurately. Volquez has walked 4. All 4 walks came in the first 2 innings. He allowed a single to Infante to begin the 3rd, but then retired Ramirez, Sanchez, and Stanton. 2-1 to Dobbs. play remains 2-2. Dobbs a very good hitter. Not a big power hitter, just a good hitter. Has been primarily used off the bench during his major league career. Broken bat roller. Volquez knocks it down and will not recover in time to get him out.
Now, one of the things that happens when you're a power pitcher, you use your legs often so much you don't find yourself in a good position to field. And even though that ball looked like it was going right into his glove, it gets back on you pretty quick, and he was unable to snare it.
That'll be scored an error on Edinson Volquez, so back out of the stretch position he goes again.
That's a tough error. I'll tell you what, whoever gave him an error on that has never been 60 feet away from a major league hitter trying to field that ball coming back at you. That looks a lot easier than it is. That wasn't a slow one hopper. Give me a break.
John Buck now the batter. He walked his first time up, and it's ball one. Fifth pitch of the night for Edinson Volquez. We were starting to talk the last inning that only 4 active pitchers have made more starts without a complete game at Edinson Volquez. Former Marlin Scott Olson, Jorge De La Rosa in Colorado, Francisco Liriano in Minnesota, and Scott Feldman. Jair Jurgens of Atlanta had gone 94 career starts without a complete game until he shut out the San Diego Padres going the distance last Tuesday night in a 2-0 win.
You just get the feeling watching Volquez and his stuff that his first career complete game just might be a no-hitter. I mean, he's got no-hit stuff. He just needs to corral it. It takes a while. You still have to remind yourself that Edinson Volquez is not all that far removed from Tommy John surgery. And it takes a while to get back into the groove, to really find yourself and find your rhythm and hone it so you can repeat it time after time. Josh Johnson also had Tommy John surgery, had it back in 2007, so he's had several years to kind of get it all back together. Now, he's had some great years. A couple years ago, I think he won 15 games. But he's really on top of his game this year. Now he's, further removed from that surgery.
2-2 to count on Buck, but what cannot be denied is, ever since he's come back from a Tommy John surgery, 36-12 with an ERA that starts in the 2s.
Yeah, he is
mighty good.
There's no question.
But you're right. It's been a very short amount of time for Edinson Volquez, and generally you hear that it's a full year after you come back before you're where you want to be, and of course we're still 4 months away from that in Edinson Volquez's case. 3 months anyway. Right center, Jay Bruce is there, and that's out number 1 here in the Florida top of the 4th. Time now for our AT&T trivia question. What Major League Baseball expansion team won their first World Series in the fewest number of seasons? Give you a little time to think about that.
Well, you don't have a lot to choose from, right?
No, you don't. You really only have the, well, I mean, I guess, you know, you go all the way back to the early 60s when the New York Mets came into Major League Baseball. So there's more than you think. I mean, obviously it's not the majority. Going back to 1993, Major League Baseball has added 4 expansion franchises since then. You don't include the Washington Nationals because they relocated, leaving Montreal. The last 4 Major League expansion franchises were some Marlins and the Rockies in '93, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays and the Arizona Diamondbacks in 1998. The old, Colt 45s, now the Houston Astros, they'd have to be included in that as well.
Can't remember them wearing I've seen any Colt 45 World Series rings, but I could.
Or Astros rings. There's none of those either.
Yeah.
They got to the one World Series where they lost, of course.
So you start with teams that won the World Series, and then you work backwards.
Indeed. They lost to the White Sox.
That's a lot easier than trying to remember all the expansion teams.
Now, the Mets have won a couple of World Series, but I don't think they are the correct answer. In fact, I know them. 1-2 the count. And that is strike 3 call. Took a little while, but Bonifacio knew it. Four strikeouts tonight now for Edinson Volquez, and that'll bring up the pitcher Johnson, who walked his first time up. A 1-0 game here in the top of the 4th inning.
You know, Edinson Volquez has not walked a batter in the last 2 innings, and his velocity has dropped from a high of 98, according to the radar gun here at the ballpark, down to around 92, 93. So now what he's found is his cruise control, where he's a little bit more in control of his pitches, but he's backed off of his velocity a little bit, maybe not trying to light up the radar gun. Or if you could only figure out how to do that at 7:10 instead of 8:35 in the evening. Any suggestions? I take that as a no.
Out of the way, 1-2 to Johnson. Volquez trying to put Johnson away, and he does. Pretty crisp inning there for Volquez outside of his error. A man left, middle of the 4th. Reds still down a run. To the game, a spectacular post-game fireworks show with live music from Creedence Clearwater Revisited, presented by KOI Auto Parts. The Reds and the Cardinals. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or go to reds.com. That'll be a great night. Speaking of the Cardinals, we look at the National League Central Division standings. Cardinals are starting to play very good baseball. Won 8 of their last 10. They're now 5 games over 500. For a second straight day in Atlanta, they come back late to win. 3-2 today. Milwaukee trailing 1-0 in Houston. That game in the 5th inning, and here the Reds are down 1-0 to Josh Johnson and the Marlins. Bottom of the 4th.
Tony La Russa now closing with a couple of young guys out there in the bullpen, Salas and Sanchez. So they're playing matchup, bullpen by committee at the very last couple of outs of the ball game for the Cardinals.
Well, after they watched the near meltdowns 2 nights in a row down in Houston. One night they did melt down and almost had 2 others in that series leading up to this trip down to Atlanta. I mean, I'm sure Tony said we can't be having this every night. And the thing that has to worry you if you're any other team in the Central is Cairo is out on the fly ball to right. Chris, you think about all the blown saves the Cardinals have had already.
Yes.
What could their record be were it not for that? They could have a 5, 6, 7 game lead right now.
You're darn right about that. That's a good ball club.
I mean, we'll see how it plays out as the year goes on. There's certainly, like virtually every other team, there are questions about the starting rotation there in St. Louis. But find me a team that doesn't have question marks.
Or injuries.
There's a rocket into center field by Ramon Hernandez. So he had a hit taken away his first time up on that diving play by Hanley Ramirez back in the 2nd inning. Not this time.
Boy, he just jumps all over a first pitch fastball. This coming in at 95 miles an hour, and he just puts a good level swing on it.
That'll bring Paul Giannis to the plate. He just missed tying the game at 1 on a drive high off the left field wall that turned into a double in the 2nd inning. Two 2-0 on Giannis. Nighttime almost upon us here in Cincinnati at nearly 8:45 Eastern time. Love these days getting longer and longer. Boy, what a welcome sight that bright sunshine has been the last couple of days. There's a little pop up in the short right, 2 away. Time to answer our AT&T trivia question. What expansion team in Major League Baseball won their first World Series in the fewest number of years? And the answer is the 2001 Arizona Diamondbacks in just their 4th year.
You were there to broadcast those years.
Indeed I was. Managed by Bob Brenly.
I'm a little surprised Bob Brenly didn't get more pub about some of the managerial openings that were open over the weekend.
I don't know if I've ever been more amazed by anything in my life outside of stuff that really matters in this world. But
he must have one heck of an asking price, huh?
I mean, to think that a guy in his first year ever managing won the World Series. The next year he had a better team in 2002 than he did in 01. They had the most wins in Major League Baseball. And the final week of the season, they lost 3 of their 8 position players to season-ending injuries. They'd have won the whole thing again. Johnson and Schilling were more dominant in 02 than they were in 01. Volquez is gone. Yet some of these guys kept getting rehashed over and over and over again. And 8 won a thing. Out concession stands throughout the ballpark for the Kroger meal deal, which includes a hot dog, a bag of chips, 16-ounce Coke, and during this homestand, a Quaker Chewy granola bar. And it's all for $7. So don't let anybody tell you that, you got to spend $100 to bring a family of four to the ballpark. Just not true. With the ticket deals the Reds have going on, deals like the Kroger meal deal, once you get inside the ballpark, it's just simply not true. Look at that little girl. She's ready to see some Reds score some runs. And those guys, well, they are wearing out that UDF.
I could use one of those malts right about now.
Oh, man, there is nothing better in the world to this day than a UDF chocolate malt. Man, are they good. Top of the order now for Edinson Volquez. Fifth inning. Marlins lead 1-0. Their run came in the very first inning. A walk to this guy, Coghlan, who stole second base, and he scored on a single by Infante. Volquez has only allowed 2 base hits. He's walked 4 and struck out 4. Marlins have left 5 on base through the first 4 innings. 2-1 to Coghlan.
Coghlan went to Ole Miss. He was a Rebel from Ole Miss, and I got to think that he played with one of the top Reds infield prospects, Zach Cozart, at Ole Miss. Coghlan is 25 and Cozart is 25. I think Seth Smith of the Colorado Rockies also on that ball club at Ole Miss. They've run up some pretty good players through there.
A leadoff walk to Coghlan to start this 5th inning. Boy, here Volquez is 8 pitches shy of 100 in the game, and that is the first batter in the 5th inning.
That's a lot. But speaking of Zach Cozart, what a day for him today. Just informed by Christian Roberts that he went 5 for 5 today against Norfolk with 4 doubles and a dinger.
Now remember the 6 degrees of separation we had, right? You're saying today Zach Cozart got 5 hits in a game.
Correct.
Today is the anniversary. The first of what would turn out to be a major league record 10 5-hit games in the career of Peter Edward Rose. Today, the anniversary of his first.
I knew you could tie it all together somehow. That's why I laid it out there.
Some way. That was against the Mets at Old Crosley Field. Now, you and I were talking about Cozart in Arizona. I mean, outside of Dave Chappelle, I don't know if any one player opened the eyes of, the big hierarchy in the Reds, baseball operations than Zach Cozart. Man, did he look good swinging at bat.
And playing defense.
Yes, indeed.
He showed a great arm at shortstop. Reds have got him loaded. I mean, the pipeline is there. You've got a bunch of guys knocking on the door. Cozart hit 17 home runs last year, so the guy's got some pop.
One ball and 1 strike on Infante. Reds have action in their bullpen for the first time tonight. Logan Andrusik throwing. Runner goes. Pitch taken. Throw to second. Boy, is Hernandez throwing. You'd be hard-pressed to find any catcher in baseball throwing any better right now than Ramon Hernandez.
Man, oh man, you talk about just Brandon Phillips. Just put your glove out there and let Ramon throw you a strike right there. You know, the stolen base that Coughlin had in the first inning, that throw was not all that far off. Well, I love that Expo. That throw from Hernandez, man, oh man.
Hernandez has thrown out now 8 of 17 base runners attempting to steal. Almost 50%. That's doing it.
That's leaving the rest of the league in the dust. Not sure what Infante did there.
He's reaching back behind his knee, maybe the lower hamstring. Edwin Rodriguez coming out, and now he'll be joined by the trainer.
Yeah, he's reaching for the hammy.
Infante back in there. The 2-2 is a breaking ball. I think it hit his bat, didn't it? I believe it hit his bat.
Yeah, he's trying to go to first base, and Joe West is saying, that's what you call a good old-fashioned foul ball.
That was the 100th pitch of the night by Edinson Volquez. So it's still 2-2 on Infante, and Joe West is saying, hey, what do you want me to tell you? It hit your bat. All right, now the break-even pitch. And on the ground at third, backhanded by Cairo. And Infante stopped running. Clearly the injury after the swing 2 pitches ago. And he's hurt. Well, you never like to see that. No matter what team you're rooting for or rooting against. Infante is so highly thought of, not only as a player, but as a guy. Longtime Major League coach Luis Pujols, no relation to Albert Pujols, said it back when Infante was playing for the Tigers. There are 2 parts to every player, the player and then the man. Some are better at being a man than a player, and some are being a better player than they are a man. In Omar Infante's case, he's a good player, but an even better man. His teammates last year, when there was all that talk about whether or not he deserved to go to the All-Star game, I mean, Brian McCann, Chipper Jones, right up and down the line, they couldn't defend Infante and his selection as an All-Star fast enough. Looked like Ramirez didn't think much of that pitch from Edinson Volquez.
Well, he knows, he's been around long enough to know that if Volquez is going to go after him, he's not going to throw a curveball.
And that was all tongue-in-cheek. You saw that grin after he had finally made eye contact with Volquez. He gave him a grin. 1-1 to Ramirez. Hanley has struck out twice tonight. And behind 0-2 here. Volquez, and that'll retire the side. Still a 1-0 Florida lead after 4.5. MLB.com at bat 11 by texting 31826 or visit Reds.com for details. Joey Votto MVP bobblehead night here tonight. And the Reds on the short end of a 1-0 game. Edinson Volquez against Josh Johnson. Volquez doesn't figure to be long for this game. In fact, there's a real good chance his night is over. Over 100 pitches in 5 innings, allows 2 hits and a run. Meanwhile, Josh Johnson delivering his 68th pitch of the game. And the Reds have a top of the order at strike 1 to Drew Stubbs. Well, the new left fielder is Scott Cousins, which means Emilio Bonifacio comes in to play second base. After the injury a moment ago to Omar Infante, and obviously we hope he's all right. Stubbs quickly in an 0-2 hole.
He shortened up the bunt on the first pitch, and the Marlins are playing him in at the corner, so they took it away from him right away. A lot of people wonder why Drew Stubbs doesn't bunt more. Well, if you watch the infield configuration often when he steps to the plate, you've got the corner guys playing even with the bag or even a couple steps up. Now with 2 strikes, they're back, but it's not always as easy as it appears. I like to see him drop a few, don't get me wrong, but it's not always there for the taking.
Well, we invite you to come for the Reds and stay for more fun. Make it a home run weekend. Visit the Reds Hall of Fame and Museum. Book your trip at CincinnatiUSA.com. 2-2 to Stubbs. Johnson is fanned 4. He walked 2. They came consecutively in the 3rd inning. And that fastball just off the inside corner. So after falling behind 0-2, Stubbs is running 4.
3rd at bat of the night for Drew Stubbs. 3rd time he has led off the inning. Love to get him on and get Johnson thinking about him a little bit. You know, the developing of the curveball for Josh Johnson, you really ought to credit their pitching coach, Randy St. Clair, former Reds pitcher. Pitched in 13 games for the Reds back in the late 80s. He was watching Johnson last year and determined that everything that Johnson threw up there was hard. Hard slider, hard fastball, and a lot of the hitters were able to battle him, and he would go through 3 or 4 times a game a high pitch count at bat where he'd throw 10 to 12 pitches to a certain hitter because that hitter kept fouling him off. So he went to Johnson last year and said, hey, let's begin to work on something off speed. Let's get your changeup back. Let's get your curveball going. And about that time, Johnson hurt his back, was on the disabled list for the rest of the year. So they put that project on hold until spring training.
And all of a sudden, just like that, the first 2 gone to begin the Reds' 5th inning. Stubbs on strikes and Bruce on a 3-hopper down to first.
One of the adjustments that Josh Johnson made with his slider was the fact that he wanted to take some speed off of it, so he simply held it deeper in his hand so it wouldn't be out on the end of his fingertip. That took the speed off of it. It increased a little bit of the spin, and he's had some darn good results, obviously.
Joey Votto down a strike. Votto is singled, walked, and stolen a base. One run, 2 hits, 5 left for the Marlins. No runs, 4 hits, an error, and 6 stranded by the Reds. Johnson has not had a perfect inning tonight, nor has Edinson Volquez. Starting to look a lot more like the Reds are going to their bullpen to begin the 6th inning. Logan Ondrusek has been throwing for quite some time, and he's throwing again right now with 2 outs in the inning. Fouled off, out of play. Still 1-2 to Votto. Volk has through 102 pitches in 5 innings tonight.
That's not unusual for him. The Reds have made Johnson labor a little bit too. He's not a guy that goes particularly, he doesn't have any complete games this year. He's a guy that gets his pitch count up there. If you look at his game-by-game logs, I mean, he pitches 6 innings, 6 1/3, 7 innings. We see a lot of at bats like we've seen right here with Joey Votto with foul balls where he'll run his pitch count up there. I mean, still manageable there in the 5th inning at 83 pitches, but
Johnson will not be going 9 tonight. Just not going to happen. Of course, most every game he's leaving, whether it be the 7th or the 8th, the opposition doesn't have much on the board.
Well, and he turns it over to a pretty doggone good bullpen.
What an at-bat here by Votto.
It looked like early in the at-bat, Joey Votto, who took a couple of fastballs, was looking for something off speed. Now that he's got 2 strikes on him, he's got to foul those pitches off. He's late on those fastballs. So I still think he's gearing up to be able to hit the breaking ball so that he's not fooled by the curveball. He's just laying back, spoiling the fastball.
Well, he got the breaking ball, and it's off the end of the bat, and that will end the inning. So the first perfect inning for either starter tonight. We played 5, and it's still the Marlins in front, 1-0. Catch a Red Sunday, May the 15th. They take on the St. Louis Cardinals. The first 10,000 fans, 14 and younger, receive a Reds Kids cap courtesy of Bix and Noxidol. Reds and the Cardinals. Sunday, May the 15th. 381 Reds, or visit Reds.com today. That'll be a huge series.
The tallest pitcher on the Reds pitching staff comes into the ball game. 6 feet 8 inches of right-handed pitcher is Logan Ondrusek, having a great year. He was 5-0 last year, started the season out 2-0 this year. Earned run average down around 1.2. The only blemish is the bases on balls. He's got 8 walks in 14 innings. In a 1-0 ball game, you can't afford any base runners.
First batter lines one off his glove. Phillips barehands and throws him out. What a remarkable play again, seemingly every night by the 2-time Gold Glove winning second baseman Brandon Phillips.
Unbelievable. Where he has to go to get this ball. Deflected, slowed down by Ondrusek, and barehanded behind the bag and on the money to Joey Votto. Votto doesn't have to even move his mitt.
And Andrusic, meanwhile, extremely fortunate that ball wasn't another foot to his right. I mean, that was right around his left ear where his glove made contact with that ball. 1-1 to Mike Stanton. He was bounced into a double play and flied out to Drew Stubbs in deep left center. 1 run, 2 hits for Florida, no runs, and 4 hits for the Reds. That'll stay fair. 2 out.
Ball had some serious English on it, didn't it?
Sure did.
Right on the end of the bat, chalked it up.
All right, 2 up, 2 down, and that'll bring up Greg Dobbs, who's flied to left and reached on an error by Edinson Volquez.
That is some kind of a nasty splitter that Logan Andrusic throws. Big hands, long fingers, slips that ball in there and just stays right on top of it.
2-1 to Dobbs. Reds will have Phillips, Gomes, Cairo in the bottom of the inning against Johnson. Just a 1-0 Florida lead. That's fouled back out of play to even the count. Marlins got their run in the very first inning. First 2 batters. A leadoff walk to Coghlan, who stole second base and scored on the hit by Infante. Infante had to leave the game after his at bat in the 4th with some kind of leg injury. Still 2-2. And now the count has gone full on Greg Dobbs. Well, the Marlins can ill afford, like any other team in baseball, another injury. There's a ground ball to the right of Giannis, and that will take care of things. Beautifully done by Andrusic, a 12-pitch inning to set him down in order. now it's time for the Coors Light Freeze Can. That close to being a 1-1 game there. Couple of feet. Our Coors Light Freeze Can brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. So it's Marlins 1, Reds nothing as the Reds come to bat against Johnson here in the 6th. Respire, trying to get the troops going here. Pick up at third by Dobbs, and that's a nice play to throw out Brandon Phillips on the very first pitch here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
And if that ball gets by the third baseman, I'm not so sure that Ramirez is able to throw out Brandon Phillips. Everything the third baseman can get to, he should get to. And he shows a lot of range right there. He's played on some pretty good ball clubs over the years, Dobbs has.
First time tonight, Johnny Gomes has come up there with the bases empty. He struck out with 2 on, ending the first inning. Fly out to center, stranding 2 in the 3rd. Two positions where the Reds got so much offense last year. You're talking about 85 or more runs batted in individually by 2 players. It doesn't include the other guys that filled in for him. We're third base and left field. Scott Rowland, of course, right now on the disabled list. His backup Juan Francisco on the DL. And although Cairo has swung a good bat, it's not the powerful bat, a big production bat like Rowland. And out in left field, where Johnny Gomes knocked in nearly 90 runs last year, yes, he does have 16 runs batted in. But it's been a while. Well, those are 2 critically important positions that, at least so far, are not producing the way they did a year ago. I mean, even through a month compared to this time a year ago, Votto is Votto. Phillips, a much better start than he had through the first month last year. That's popped up behind the mound. And there are 2 outs in the inning. Orlando Cabrera really got it kicked into gear in the month of May when they made that lineup change the final days of April when the team went down into Houston. Probably a wash between Giannis and Cabrera where you were offensively speaking last year. You're down at third minus Rowland. The catchers are doing what pretty much they did through a month last year. They really came on as the season progressed. Stubbs is light years ahead of where he was this time a year ago. I'm not sure where Bruce is. It might be a wash. But left field, third base. Big drop off so far.
Yeah. Gomes had such a tremendous first half of the year. It wasn't just the first month of the season. The first half, they tailed off towards the end of the year, no doubt about it. And when you've lost your starting first third baseman and then your backup third baseman, and now you've got your utility guy over there playing, Miguel Cairo, you're going to have a drop off. I mean, Cairo was great filling in last year, but I would really love to see Juan Francisco stay healthy enough to play and just see what he could do at third base over an extended period of time. And if Rowland's going to be out, he was the guy that was penciled in to back him up.
And man, so much of life and so much of career and so much of opportunity is when you get that chance, what do you do? And just bad luck for Juan Francisco.
And bad luck for the Reds.
No question. Now, obviously, he's going to get more than just this one missed opportunity because of the injured calf. I mean, his day is coming. 100th pitch of the night by Johnson, and it's low and away, 2-2 on Cairo. Bases empty, and 2 are out. Deep in a hole at short. Ramirez will never throw out Cairo, and that's an infield hit to keep it alive for Hernandez. And Hernandez has had the best swings of any Red tonight through his first 2 at-bats against Johnson.
Well, finding a hole right here after a couple of fly balls, weak ones to right field. He rolls over on a ball and finds a little spot in that 5.5 hole. That's a spot between the third baseman and the shortstop. Ramirez angry, he looks like at himself. Maybe he couldn't get a grip on that ball. He probably could have planted. He's got a rocket of an arm, Ramirez does, and he may have been able to throw Cairo out if he had been able to get his foot down and his hand a good grip on the ball. But Hernandez has put a good swing on Johnson every time up. A laser beam of a line drive base hit his last time up, right through the box.
And this one is slow rolling, and that'll end the inning. So 1 hit. Johnson's allowed a season high 5 hits tonight, but he leads 1-0. By Cincinnati children to the top 10 for all selected pediatric specialties in U.S. News and World Report's 2010 Best Children's Hospital. By your Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky Honda dealers. Visit mycincinnatihondadealer.com for current offers. And by Wendy's, you know when it's real. One of our favorites on the regular flight crew when we travel with the Reds, Judy Rainwater. Flight attendants. Right there with a Reds t-shirt on. She is one sweet lady.
I'll tell you what, she's a favorite of everybody on the plane getting on there. Takes care of the Reds so well. She also hosts a couple of players from the Florence Freedom every summer. So she acts as a kind of a team mom for ball players of all kinds.
And, of course, the main man who heads up the Reds' director of travel, nobody better, maybe ever, than Gary Wayhoff. What a great job he does.
You almost forget that Gary Wayhoff got his start with the Reds. You remember how?
No, I wasn't around then.
He was the head of the grounds crew.
I never knew that. You got to be kidding me.
No, I'm not.
I can't believe I didn't know that, but I'll tell you one thing. I mean, he is just on top of his game.
That is a tough job. You've got 30 or 35 people coming at you from every different direction. He takes care of all the ticket requests, all the travel accommodations, local transportation. Everybody, and any particular request a player has, first guy they go to is the traveling secretary. Right. I need to bring my family in. I need to fly my family in. They need extra rooms. Whatever it is, he's there for you.
Reds are extremely lucky to have him. And all done with a very pleasant personality.
He could be a little cantankerous from time to time.
Well, maybe with you.
You know, yeah, probably it's probably only me.
Well, I didn't say only you, but maybe with you. You make me that way sometimes.
But you know what? I think that's good to keep people honest, because if you're nice to everybody, sometimes they'll take advantage of it.
Much like you are in North Carolina right now.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to bring that up.
That's a whole nother. That's a long story.
All right, we'll leave it. 1-2 to count on Bonifacio.
We started that in the first round.
Look at this.
Oh!
That was the only play he had, the way Bonifacio runs. It would have been something if it would have gotten there in time and on target. Great effort as always by Phillips.
Bonifacio can absolutely fly. And Brandon did not have time to stop, turn, and throw to Joey Votto, who tried to backhand it. A great effort, almost a terrific and unbelievable play. Well, there's an athlete for you.
No doubt.
Oh, man.
Great pictures here by our crew, and taking a look at Brandon Phillips gliding to his left. And a throwback behind to Phillips, hoping that the runner would just see Votto and not know that Brandon was there. That was a play put on all the way.
You know, it's a set play. We've seen it used so many times, and teams still. And look at Brandon coming around here, and he's going to be standing at first base, kind of shielded by Votto. Votto would normally have charged harder had that ball been closer, but that's all a set play.
Runner goes, and a tapper back to the mound. They'll stay out of a double play. And there are 2 outs in the inning, but the Marlins have Bonifacio in scoring position, leading 1-0. We are in the top of the 7th inning. The only run of the game came in the first 2 batters of the game. A walk, a stolen base, and a hit. Well, it's going to be all for Logan Ondrusek. They had a Aroldis Chapman up early. Bill Bray has since gotten up, and they'll bring in Bray to face Coghlan. And that'll be our Skyline Chili called to the bullpen.
Whole crew that was able to dig in and have some subs, whether it was the Philly cheesesteak or the chicken teriyaki, they were just eating it up. Can't believe they've already been around for 25 years. Their menus exploded to 14 items or more. They've had 200 restaurants all over the place, and started right here in downtown Cincinnati by Jeff Osterfeld in 1985, and we thank them for taking care of our crew and us tonight. That was some kind of meal.
No doubt about it. Well, now Bill Bray takes over with a runner at second base. 2 outs here in the Marlins' 7th inning to face the left-handed batting Coghlan. And Bray misses low and away for ball 1.
That's his best pitch for a left-hander, the slider. He likes to get that over early on and then stay with it. You may show the fastball, but Coghlan's looking for a heater. Most left-handed hitters want to see that specialist left-hander come into a situation where they have to throw a fastball.
On the outer edge, a strike. Very impressive indeed for the left-hander Bill Bray, although he is certainly not what you would refer to as a left-handed specialist. I mean, when he's throwing strikes, both left-handers and right-handed batters struggle against Bray.
Yeah, they do, but it's oftentimes how you're used that defines whether you're a left-handed specialist. Those guys usually pitch, specialists that is, more games than innings pitched. They come in for 1 out, maybe 2 outs.
Good fastball there. Good located fastball there. Knee high on the outside corner.
Yeah, but you are right, Tom. He's got plenty of stuff to get righties out equally as well.
Bouncing ball to the right side. Votto will wave off Bray, and that is that. All right, here we go. Giannis, a pinch hitter, and then Stubbs. Reds down 1-0. Outdoor luxury suite, the most luxurious section at Great American Ballpark, located directly above the owner's suite behind home plate. There you get a look at it. For your group of 30 to 48 people for one all-inclusive price. Reserve your game day today, calling the Reds Group Sales 513-765-7600. I can promise you that spot right there, especially if you try and nail it down on a Friday night when we start the fireworks on the next homestand. That is the spot. Hang around for the game. Stick around for the fireworks. Big league. Very big league. Well, let's see if the Reds can get a big league offense together here against Josh Johnson. He's allowed a season-high 5 hits. That's right, season-high 5 hits. And really, after running into trouble in the 3rd inning when he walked Bruce and Votto back-to-back but took care of Phillips and Gomes to get out of the jam, I mean, he has been the best he has been all night long over the last 3 innings. He's only allowed 2 hits, one of them an infield hit. And there has not been a hard hit ball by a Red since a Hernandez single back in the 4th inning. Now, for the first time all night, the Marlins have action in their bullpen. This will be the 107th pitch of the night by Johnson, who does not have a complete game this year. And there's a tapper. Nice play by Sanchez.
Well, it looked like Paul Giannis is trying to go that way. The previous pitch went down there foul, and he nearly gets one by Sanchez, the first baseman. But Gabby's there to grab it, flip it over to Johnson. An easy little bit of pitcher's fielding practice.
You know, Chris, you made a very, very interesting point, I thought, early on. And as this game rolls along here, and you're watching Johnson now in the 7th inning as Jeremy Hermida is coming to the plate. I don't remember more than 1 or 2 breaking balls the entire night, off-speed pitch, the entire game, that Johnson has thrown for a strike. He has primarily beaten the Reds with 1 pitch, the fastball, in this game tonight. I mean, he's gotten an out here or there. One of the bigger outs of the game was a breaking ball when he fanned Phillips on a 3-2 pitch with 2 on in the 3rd inning. But outside of that, he's not had a lot of guys chasing the breaking ball.
Well, the only time it seems like the Reds have chased the breaking ball are those at-bats where they got outs early in the at-bat. Maybe the first pitch, for instance, last inning.
Well, Hernandez did.
Hernandez made it out on the first pitch, and that was a breaking ball. Gomes popped up a breaking ball early on, but I think when he gets deeper in the count, what he does is he goes with the hard stuff. When you start seeing 2 or 3 pitches in the at-bat, when he gets 2 strikes on you, he's not going to give you a chance with a slow pitch to hang in there and bloop it out over the infield. He's coming after you with Powder River.
I mean, this is just a lesson in a guy who clearly is one of the most dominant pitchers in the game today, either league, who just doesn't have his best stuff, the entire repertoire, but he is just saying, all right, go ahead and try to hit it if you can. I'm coming with the gas. And that's out number 2 here in the 7th inning.
That at 96 miles an hour on the radar gun here, his 113th pitch. So you may not have what you mean by not having your best stuff doesn't necessarily mean you don't have your fastball.
No.
It means you don't have the command of your other stuff. Your breaking ball isn't snapping off like it normally does. Normally by this time, Johnson's racked up, 7 or 8 punch outs.
He's got 5 in the game and hasn't had one since the 5th inning. 2 of the 5 came in the 1st inning. And he struck out Drew Stubbs tonight twice. There's a good breaking ball, one of the better ones tonight. And just like that, Stubbs is in an 0-2 hole.
Again, Johnson has gotten ahead of him every time up. Now, the most pitches that Josh Johnson has thrown this year was in his last start, that against the Colorado Rockies. He went 7 innings of 1-run baseball and threw 117 pitches. He's also gone over 100 one other time where he's thrown 109. So this will be his last inning. So one of the checkpoints that we talked about at the very end of our pregame show, Tom.
I love those checkpoints.
Was to run the pitch count up on Josh Johnson and get the bullpen in there as quickly as you can. You do that against everybody, but even as good as the Florida Marlin bullpen has been, they don't have a Josh Johnson down there.
And Stubbs has struck out for the 3rd time. End of 7. 1-0 Florida. A home run yesterday by Jay Bruce. Bruce would love to find that home run stroke to lead things off in the bottom of the 8th inning. His team trails by a run. So here comes out of the bullpen. Flame-throwing left-hander, Aroldis Chapman.
You know you throw hard when fans at the ballpark, especially visiting ballparks like we just came from Miller Park in Milwaukee, and when Chapman came in and was throwing the ball 100, 101 miles an hour, people were taking pictures of the scoreboard so they could tell their friends and their grandkids down the line that they were there when Aroldis Chapman was throwing gas.
Well, you know, we talked about it a couple of times already, and only a month under our belt. I mean, you at home are probably going to hear it a few more times down the road. But, you know, even when one of his teammates who's been around for a while and had really the great career that Francisco Cordero has had, you know, he's quoted after the game in Milwaukee the other day as saying, hey, look, I enjoy watching this guy every time he's on the mound. And it's something that we have talked about all the time. You're getting a chance to watch somebody do something that has done it better than anybody else that has ever thrown a baseball. Now, whether or not Aroldis Chapman has a great career or a terrible career, nobody knows. But he has thrown the hardest recorded pitch in the history of baseball. Now, does that mean there hadn't been somebody else that's thrown harder than him? I have no idea. .98 on that first pitch fastball to Scott Cousins. He threw it 105 in San Diego last year and has been recorded this year at 106.
You know, I think the speed and the radar gun ratings are the sideshow. What I really enjoyed about Aroldis Chapman the last couple of times out was him working that breaking ball in there. There's a slider there, but he took care of Prince Fielder in 2 at-bats on 1 on each day, where Fielder, who is one of the better left-handed hitters that you will see ever, was just overmatched.
Crowd reacting to that 101 mile per hour reading there on that fastball up and in. Cousins getting his first at bat of the night since replacing the injured Infante. First batter gone on strikes against Chapman. Joey Votto coming in to have a few words with Aroldis.
Now, Tom, our previous conversation about command, applies to just about everybody except. You want him to command it somewhere in the zone, preferably up or down. But if it's in the zone, it's good enough.
Of course, there will come a day when Chapman more than likely goes into the starting rotation, and maybe in those days we'll start talking about command in regard to his fastball when he's working up around 100 pitches and that kind of thing. But man, right now when he's coming in for an inning at a time, batter at a time, let her rip, big fella.
You're not kidding. Flash bulbs going everywhere.
He's fallen behind Hanley Ramirez, 2 balls and no strikes. Ramirez tonight 0 for 3, has struck out swinging, struck out looking, and bounced to Votto. You can only wonder, of course, playing the Marlins tonight, who make their home in South Florida in the Miami-Fort Lauderdale area, where there are so many hundreds of thousands, millions of Cubans. And having a chance to watch Chapman back on Marlins television tonight. I mean, they've read so much about this young man. They've heard so much about him. And unless they have some satellite package or MLB TV or something like that, it's so infrequent that they get a chance to see him pitch in a game. Well, what a thrill it must be for so many Cubans, whether they've come over or they have some type of Cuban descent in their family history, and get a chance to watch Aroldis Chapman. Three and two on Hanley Ramirez. And that's ball 4. So a 1-out walk to the shortstop will bring up Gabi Sanchez.
Hey, Reds fans, if you're in the restaurant industry, let JTM Food Group help you with great tasting products for your menu. Inspired solutions, better results, JTM.
Now Gabi Sanchez, who has walked the line to left and then hit that rocket back up the middle that deflected off the glove of Andrusik, and Phillips barehanded the play behind the bag and threw him out. Of course, Chapman picked off a runner in the final game of that series. A Reds win in Milwaukee. And now ball 1 to Sanchez. I'd like to remind you, coming up on Reds Live after the ball game tonight, that extended interview that Jim Day had with Aroldis Chapman before the ball game tonight. There's ball 3, and it gets away from Hernandez. Hanley Ramirez going to go to second base, make a big turn, and stop right there. And, of course, Reds Live, the postgame version, is brought to you by King's Honda and the King's Auto Mall. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. But stick around for that interview. Jim Day and Aroldis Chapman.
Very likable young man. Got to know him a little bit better down in spring training, Tom, and he was gracious enough to tape some of those CBTS Tech Talks with us. He's got a pretty good idea of what he's doing, but right now he's fallen into a little bit of a trap where he's just overthrowing a little bit. You know, you can understand why. I mean, you got the radar gun in big letters out there on the scoreboard. Everybody's oohing and eyeing on every pitch. So how can he not get wrapped up in trying to throw harder and harder on every pitch? That's probably his biggest challenge right now, is to stay within himself and just work his pitches.
3-0 on Sanchez. They may green light him in a 1-0 game here.
No way.
Well, it's ball 4. It doesn't matter. You wouldn't green light him with 1 out?
No. Not against Chapman. Not after not as wild as he is.
With nobody out, I get it. But your cleanup hitter with a runner at second base in a 1-0 game and a guy you figure is going to throw a fastball 3-0.
Yeah, but the problem with a guy throwing 100 miles an hour is that when you're green light at 3-0, you're looking for something right down the center of the strike zone.
I'm not saying he has to swing at the ball,
but in order to hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, you make your mind up when that ball's leaving his hand.
Yeah.
And it could be a pitch that you think is going to be at the waist, but on second thought, it's at your eyes. So I green light a guy on a 3-0 count a lot. I would like to, if a hitter likes to do that, but not against a guy like Chapman, because you have to cheat a little too early to get your swing going.
5-1 now. Back-to-back 1-out walks Chapman has issued to Ramirez and Sanchez, and here's Stanton. Stanton 0 for 3 in the game. Still just a 1-0 game. We're in the top of the 8th inning. Florida in front. And Aroldis going to work. Ball 1. He took a hack at that fastball right at 100 miles per hour and fouled it back to the screen.
Well, this young man is some kind of straw. Broke in, as you said, Tom, as a major leaguer at 20 years old. Turned down some football scholarships coming out of California in high school in order to go pro with baseball.
Houston has just beaten Milwaukee in the bottom of the 9th inning. 2-1 the final there. Told you the Cardinals have already won their game, played this afternoon, rallying late to down Atlanta by a run, 3-2. 2-2 on Stanton. Cubs in Arizona tied at 3 in the 6th inning, and apparently Joe West either hearing something from the Reds dugout or I'm not sure what.
He's pointing out in the direction of the Reds bullpen.
Well, there might be a piece of trash. I think that's what he's looking at. Right beyond the 404 mark, there is something white, a piece of trash sitting
right up here. And that would be right in the middle of the batter's eye.
Yep. I don't know if they're going to be able to get word to somebody out there that if indeed that's what it is, and maybe that's not it. Apparently not, because they're going to keep playing. One out, and 2-2 to Stanton. Oh, wow. That looked like a pretty good pitch. Let's see.
Well, you see the frame job or the attempt by Ramon Hernandez. He brought that baby back a good 3 or 4 inches in and a couple of inches down, so it probably was up and out of the zone. Got to throw a strike here. And I'm running the runners if I'm Edwin Rodriguez.
3-2 to count. They are going. And it's ball 4, and Chapman has walked the bases loaded. Now we're going to have a pinch hitter. Greg Dobbs will be taken down in favor of last night's starter at third base, Wes Helms.
Helms is a good fastball hitter. Of course, there's a difference between being a good fastball hitter and a great fastball hitter. But, you know, the one consoling factor if you're a Reds fan is that Chapman's got the stuff to strike out the next 2 batters he faces. No problem. But he's got to be able to find the zone.
This will be the 32nd at bat this year with the bases loaded by the Marlins. That is by far the most in the major leagues. And batting with the bases loaded this year, they are hitting .516 as a team. Helms digging in. Chapman with the bases loaded. And first pitch swinging on that fastball and not much off of it. Batted straight back.
Not a bad idea at all by Wes Helms. Figuring bases loaded, you walk the bases full. He's not going to start me off with a breaking ball here. And that's what he wants to hit anyway, is that fastball.
Sellout crowd on hand here tonight, nearly 41,000. Reds down 1-0 with the bases loaded in the 8th inning. And that's way outside. The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You know, like every other pitcher, if you rush your delivery to the plate and fly open, you're going to just leave your arm lagging behind, and that's what he's finding himself doing. When he threw a couple of real good fastballs in this at bat to Wes Helms. And then when he got 2 strikes on him, that's when he's trying to light up the radar gun. Just stay back, stay strong over the rubber. In his case, they coach him to stay a little tall.
2-2 to Helms. And there's a fly ball into left center field. A long run for everybody, and nobody's going to get there. This will bring in 2 runs. 3 walks and a double make it a 3-0 Florida lead.
Perfectly shot into the gap. The ball was hanging up there for a long time, but Wes Helms, who we talked about, a good fastball hitter, jumps on one at the top end of the strike zone, and you see where they're playing him. They're playing him dead straight away and left, straight away and center, and he finds a perfect seam between the 2 outfielders and sends home a couple of Marlins.
Boy, are those huge runs.
Oh, damn.
3-0 ball game. Runners at second and third, and now the batter John Buck. A check swing, and it's low and in, ball 1. Chapman struck out the first batter in the inning before walking Ramirez, walking Sanchez, walking Stanton before the 2-run double by Helms. And those are the first 2 earned runs allowed by Aroldis Chapman this year. Of course, the danger you have now is, and you never know if you're going to need this guy to come back tomorrow. I mean, he's knocking on the door of a 35-40 pitch inning here with only 1 out.
You're right. No chance for a double play right here. Infield in.
Chapman ahead at 1-2.
Well, the difference for Chapman tonight is that he has not thrown one breaking ball for a strike, whereas in Milwaukee, he threw several of them for strikes. It was to show you it doesn't matter how fast you throw, you need that equalizer.
One and two on Buck. Struck him out. There's the equalizer.
Yeah.
2 away in the inning.
I mean, this is when Chapman is at his best and when it's almost unfair.
Now Emilio Bonifacio, who is 1 for 3 at an infield hit an inning ago. One and one. Stand the runner down at third base. Helms, the 2-run double in this inning, out at second base, and now Chapman ahead at 1 and 2. Reds trailing now 3-0.
Every Marlin run today got on base via the base on ball. Man, those walks will kill you.
Well, yeah, I mean, Chris, you know better than anybody. You've pitched in the major leagues for a long time. They just kill you on so many levels. You know, the number of pitches it takes to walk a guy, the things that can then happen where the pitcher's in a stretch, the opposing team can put the running game in motion.
The helpless feeling it gives your manager.
And then, you know, all of a sudden you walk 4 or 5 in a game. Volquez, case in point tonight. You know, 5 walks in 5 innings. Well, now all of a sudden you've thrown 100 and some pitches in those 5 innings, and now you got to go get your start. Now the bullpen works 4 innings.
Yep.
Well, how does that play in now to the next game, and the next game, and the next game without a day off? And that'll retire the side. First hiccup of the year for Chapman. He gives up 2, and the Reds come to bat in the 8th, down 3. Supports charitable initiative. We're proud to wear our pins during the 2011 year on Fox Sports Ohio to support Stand Up to Cancer and their work to fund groundbreaking research helping accelerate treatment to patients. For more information, please visit standup2cancer.org/Fox Sports. Wes Helms, a big 2-run double in the top of the inning to make it a 3-0 game, stays in to play third, and now on to pitch. Very much a left-handed specialist, Randy Choate. Choate in there to face Bruce and Votto, and then more than likely they get him out of there. Choate has been around for a long time, and boy, has never thrown in the towel. He's had years in his career where he could have said, well, maybe I'm done. But he just keeps coming back and coming off the down years that he's had occasionally in his career. He'll come back the very next year and throw the ball very well for somebody.
And he's always been a left-handed specialist. He's never had a season where he has had more innings pitched than games appeared.
See, 352 games for Randy Choate. And boy, was that quick work.
Yeah.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
It didn't even really look like Jay Bruce could even find a release point off this guy. That's a buckle. I don't mean a belt buckle. One thing about Choate, he spent most of his career in warm weather. After 4 years, bits and pieces with the Yankees. He was in Arizona for 4 years, last couple of years with the Tampa Bay Rays, and now in Miami.
I'd say I'll be the first to admit when I'm wrong. When those years in Arizona, when Randy Choate, at the end, his final year there in Arizona. I don't have it in front of me, Chris, but I know he had a terrible year the last year he was there.
Well, his last year was actually must have been an injury year because he only appeared in 2 games.
Right,
the
year
previous
before.
year, yeah, he only had 30 games, and earned run average wasn't bad. He must have gassed a lot of runs in.
Well, then maybe it was a year before. But if somebody would have said to me that Randy Choate would still be getting people out and pitching as well as he has pitched in 2011,
yeah,
I'd have lost a lot of money on that bet. I mean, give the guy credit.
Well, he was up and down in those years in Arizona. He evidently spent a lot of time in the minor leagues, came up for a cup of coffee, and when he did come up, that coffee didn't taste very good. Earned run average of 9 back in 2005 in just 8 ball games. And he shipped him on back to Tucson.
1-2 the count.
Weather City.
There's strike 3 to Votto.
Goodness gracious. Plate's got a corner now.
Well, that's what we figured. It'd be Bruce and Votto, and then see you later for Choate. You can't do any better than that. 2 strikeouts, and the day is over for Randy Choate. 3-0 Marlins. We're in the 8th. 2 out with nobody on here in the 8th inning. And now taking over for Randy Choate. Saw him last night. Right-hander Edward Mujica, former San Diego Padre.
Edwards from Valencia, Venezuela. That's down around Davy Concepcion's neck of the woods, I believe, Valencia. Well, the Reds are running out of outs here.
They really, you take away the 9th inning rally in last night's game. They got a solo home run from Jay Bruce in the 1st inning last night. They got the 2 walks and then the home run by Hermida, which, I mean, if there ever was, and it's not taking anything away from the guy. I mean, you take advantage of the ballpark you're playing.
Right.
But, I mean, that was a ball that, A, Stanton will probably tell you should have caught. And B, was certainly not a ball that was driven, 15, 20 rows into the seats. Outside of that 9th inning rally, boy, the Reds offense, the first 2 games against this Marlin team, they have been extremely quiet.
And this is an offense that the last 4 games, the Reds have scored 24 runs. So it's not like they've been real quiet. I mean, they've been able to put runs on the board.
That ball driven into deep left center field by Phillips, and that's a little bit of noise. A 2-out double by Brandon.
Well, how big are those 2 runs the Reds gave up there in the top of the 8th? He gets a fastball that comes right back into his zone there and drives it a long way. That's nearly as far as you can hit it in this ballpark without leaving the yard.
Now Johnny Gomes, 0 for 3 tonight, has struck out, fly to center. Both those at bats ended innings with 2 on. Popped to short in the 6th. Josh Johnson tonight, 7 innings of 5-hit shutout baseball, struck out 6, walked 2. Choate faced 2 batters. Bruce and Votto struck him out. And now Mujica, who allows a double to Phillips. And that is a foul ball off the bat of Gomes, who's behind now 0-2. Don't forget tomorrow's game if you're thinking about coming down, and there are plenty of tickets available. Due to the Flying Pig Marathon tomorrow morning, which begins at 6:30 a.m. downtown, the Reds game will not start until 4:10 in the afternoon.
You got to be just pulling into the finish line about then.
There's a base hit into left field that will bring in the first Reds run of the night. Throw down to second. Gomes safe there. 3-1 game.
Well, with 2 out, Johnny Gomes gets a base hit right here. It looks like an off-speed pitch, and he finds the hole, but it never ceases to amaze me how these outfielders with 2 outs and the odds so set against them throwing a runner out, especially with the speed of Brandon Phillips, just throw it on home and they let that runner go into second base. So Johnny Gomes does that, and the Reds have something cooking here.
Well, Johnny Gomes is safe at second base, safe and secure with New York Life. Now the tying run comes to the plate. It's Miguel Cairo, who twice has fly to right. And there's a base hit into center field. We're going to wave around Johnny. He will score to make it a 1-run game.
Well, that throw from Coughlin was not coming to the plate. We can see now, Tom, how the arm injury that he has sustained, he just has no arm strength at all out there. Miguel Cairo on our Exmo with a RBI base hit to center field. This ball struck hard. It gets to the center fielder on 1 hop. But he barely gets it to the cutoff man there, and that's why Cairo, that is, not able to get to second base.
And that gets back to what you referred to a moment ago by the throw in left field by Cousins, throwing to the plate rather than throwing back into second base. It allowed Gomes to go to second. Now all of a sudden a hit makes it a one-run game.
It would have been first and third and a two-run game for the Marlins, and now we're a one-run game right here, bringing the go-ahead run to the plate.
Randy St. Clair, the Marlins pitching coach, out for a quick word. Ramon Hernandez coming up. All of a sudden, after everybody in this ballpark was so down and out, following the strikeouts to Bruce and Votto with 2 outs and nobody on, 3 straight hits. A double by Phillips. He scores on a hit by Gomes. Johnny scores on a single by Cairo. And now Hernandez represents a go-ahead run. Little roller going to be a tough play here. And there'll be no play. Does that maybe tell you the worm has turned?
Well, Reds threatened like this last night, but it was in the 9th inning. They simply ran out of outs. Here they're doing it in the 8th inning.
Well, that's going to do it for Mujica. He does not retire a batter, allows 4 straight hits. They go to their bullpen. We'll see the 3rd pitcher used in this inning. Ryan Webb will come on. Scored a couple of runs. They're down 3-2. And the man that Giannis will face has appeared in a team-high 13 games, right-hander Ryan Webb.
He's a young guy with a good arm, 6 feet 5 inches tall, 6'6" that is for Ryan Webb, from Clearwater, Florida. Originally drafted by the A's, traded to the Padres, and then traded from the Padres to the Marlins in the Cameron Maybin deal. He came along with Edwin Mujica, whose place he's taking right here. Had a pretty good year so far. 13 innings, 13 games. Has not given up a home run yet this year.
Well, we'll see if Giannis can bring in at the minimum that tying run out there at second base. It's Miguel Cairo. Low ball 1.
Yeah, that's his main pitch right there. A hard sinking fastball. He gets it up there in a hurry.
And 93 caught the outside corner to even the count on Giannis at 1 ball and 1 strike. Base hit left field. They are going to wave around the runner, and it's fumbled in left field, and the game is tied.
How about Paul Giannis getting it done down the number 8 spot? Had a double earlier in the ball game, hit the ball hard last night, had a huge double in the 9th inning last night to drive in a run, and he does it again. Turns on a high fastball. Webb made a mistake by getting it up there. And they're going to put the pressure on the left fielder Cousins here, and he simply drops the ball. I'll tell you what, if he comes up firing that ball clean, there's no way you're going to score a run. But the Reds make them make an error, make them make a play. They're unable to do it. We're going to start from scratch.
All right, the go-ahead run is Ramon Hernandez out at second base. Chris Heisey, the batter. A 3-3 game. And a broken bat roll to short. And that will end the inning. But the Reds strike for 5 straight hits and 3 runs. We're tied on our way to the ninth. I mean, seemingly every night it's Brandon Phillips.
Oh, man. You know, at the end of the year, I'm going to ask for the Brandon Phillips highlight belt. That's TV talk for their highlight reel, folks. And I can watch that all winter long and just be entertained. If you feel down one day, you just slip that in the DVD player and picks you right up seeing some defense like that. I'd invite you over to watch it with me, too, Tom.
I would love to, believe me. I love watching that guy play defense.
Big little hot
I
chocolate.
like watching him play. I mean, I can't think of many guys, and been so fortunate for 24 years to announce Major League Baseball. There aren't a lot of guys that I've enjoyed watching play more than Brandon Phillips. Well, you saw Francisco Cordero, the Reds closer, coming into this 3-3 game here in the top of the 9th inning. Ozzie Martinez will be the pinch hitter, batting for the pitcher Webb. Strike one. Mujica charged with all 3 runs, and there's a base hit by Martinez to begin the Florida 9th inning.
Cordero in there in a tie ball game, of course, playing at home, 9th inning or later, you're not going to be in a save situation. So he goes down there and gets a pitch down out of the strike zone, Ozzie Martinez does.
Now Coghlan and the Reds very much believe he could be bunting. Cairo about a third of the way in. And no sign of a bunt on ball 1 away. Certainly the one thing that can never be denied about this Reds club last year and this year. And, of course, last year, divisional championship. This year, a .500 record going into play tonight. But, boy, they never throw in the towel. I mean, after the way the top of the 8th inning went, Marlins get 2 runs off Chapman. First 2 runs he's allowed all year long. They bring in a left-hander from the bullpen. You've got 2, 3, and 4 in your order coming up. And I mean, in a blink of an eye, that left-hander strikes out the first 2 batters in the inning. I mean, there's a lot of reason to be down there. But next thing you know, 5 straight hits, 3 runs, and here we are tied in the 9th. Ozzie Martinez has always been a very good base stealer in his minor league career. I mean, not a huge number guy, but guys steal anywhere from 16 bases for you, right around that number. And the Marlins may think about hitting and running right here on 2-1. We'll find out. Haven't seen a lot of that in this series. By Coghlan, 2-2. See Coghlan flexing and trying to stretch out that right shoulder after that swing and a miss. Told you he had to leave a game on Wednesday against the Dodgers. It hurt him so bad. Was out of the lineup last night, back in there tonight.
Likely to run him on this one. I'm not sure exactly how fast Martinez is. Only has 1 stolen base in his major league career, but he hasn't been up that long. He was only up for 14 games last year, and this is his 4th game this year. Pretty big lead, though, and there he goes.
They got a huge jump, and they'll stay out of that double play. There's the out of first for the go-ahead run stands in scoring position. 1 out in the 9th inning, and Cousins is due up. Cousins came into the game, you may remember, when Omar Infante, the second baseman, had to leave with an injury all the way back in the fifth inning, forcing Emilio Bonifacio to move in from left field, and that's where Cousins replaced Bonifacio in left. Ball one. So only one at bat tonight for Cousins, and he struck out against Aroldis Chapman leading off the last inning. Hardy on a fastball, 1-1 strike. Reds will have a top of the order coming up in the bottom of the ninth inning. Stubbs, Bruce, and Votto. Two and one now on Cousins. You've got Hanley Ramirez next. Well, Cordero's got to slam this thing shut right here and right now. Reds just scored 3 to tie. And there's a bouncing ball to Votto. He'll take it himself. On to third is Martinez. 2 out. Pitch in the dirt, blocked nicely by Hernandez. It's ball one to Hanley Ramirez. Ramirez 0 for 3. Struck out twice, one swinging, another looking.
Not the first time these guys have faced each other. Cordero's faced him 8 times. Ramirez has 3 hits.
Cordero's fallen behind 2-0.
You know, I look up at the scoreboard, Tom, and I see a 202 batting average with Hanley Ramirez, and I completely ignore that if I'm Francisco Cordero. This guy has won so many games and done so many things as a hitter for the Marlins that I got to be real careful how I pitch to him.
Ground ball to short. Giannis gobbles it up. Inning over. So the Reds will bat in the bottom of the ninth in a 3-3 game.
Perez has a 2-0 count against Francisco Cordero, but that is a harmless ground ball to the shortstop. Paul Giannis takes care of business, and the Reds are able to hold off the Marlins despite the fact that they led off with a single and had a man in scoring position. And it will be the top of the Reds order again. The fourth time tonight that Drew Stubbs will lead an inning off. Need to get him on base here. Send these Reds fans home happy.
Michael Dunn takes over on the mound. We got to look at him last night, Chris, and look at those numbers. Opponent batting average .080.
Yeah, and this guy, if you talk to the pitching coach, Randy St. Clair, will tell you very raw. He was an outfielder in the organization. They turned him into a pitcher because he's got such a strong arm and weak bat. And he's just learning how to pitch. The only knock on Dunn might be the fact that he looks up at the radar gun and he sees 92, 93, and he wants to push it to 94, 95. And sometimes people, when you do that, you find yourself losing a little bit of command.
Stubbs 0 for 4, has struck out 3 times in the game. One out. Bruce looks at a fastball away. Bruce 0 for 3 tonight. He's drawn a walk, stolen a base. Of course, that last game-ending home run clinched the Reds' divisional championship last year. Going foul out of play. 1-1 on Bruce. Reds had 5 hits the entire night through the front 7 innings, and they put together 5 straight hits with 2 outs and nobody on in the 8th inning to tie the game. So 3-3 here in the 9th. 1-1 to Jay Bruce, and it's 1-2 to Jay Bruce.
Setting up that breaking ball again, you can almost guarantee the way that Jay Bruce had a swing at the last slider that he saw from Dunn. Very likely after going high with a fastball, running the count to 1 and 2, he'll drop that old slitty on him right here.
Popped it up. 2 out. So, we'll play extra innings tonight. Reds and Marlins tied at 3.
Ballpark, presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side.
Well, you see the Marlins already playing in their 5th extra inning game this year. 1-3, and the Reds are unbeaten, including their most recent extra inning game in Milwaukee on Wednesday. A rare second inning of work for the Reds closer Francisco Cordero.
You know, Tom, you mentioned earlier about the high pitch count in an inning for Aroldis Chapman may change the way the bullpen is being used. Nothing changed the bullpen more than going extra innings. And now you're going to use your closer a couple of innings.
Shattered all over the infield, the bat of Gavi Sanchez.
He carried the knob of the bat all the way down and dropped it right at first base. Save this maybe for some toothpicks.
Now Stanton 0 for 3 tonight, drew a walk in the 8th inning. First pitch fastball in there, strike 1. One and one on Stanton. And that's pulled foul, and Cordero ahead now at 1-2. Look at that stretch. Wow, watch these guys. Oh, nobody could get there. Fastball just blew him away. Well, Fox Sports is so proud to bring you exclusive coverage of the UEFA Champions League semifinals. It begins on Tuesday with one of the world's greatest sports rivalries, Barcelona and Real Madrid. And then Manchester United will take on Schalke on FX. Coverage of both of those games, those matches I should probably say, begins at 2 o'clock Eastern in high definition. And 1 on Wes Helms. 0-2. Reds have Phillips, Gomes, Cairo coming up in the bottom of the 10th inning. That is the trio that started the 2-out, 3-run rally to tie the game in the bottom of the 8th inning. So here we go. Tied at 3.
the lefties didn't do very well last inning against Mike Dunn. A couple of pop-ups and a little tapper back to the mound. Maybe the right-handed part of the order can solve this guy. Rally caps are on.
Sellout crowd tonight. Many of which are still hanging around. I mean, it's been a long game.
You know, it has been a long, for a 3-3 game, it's been long. But if the Reds come back and win, hey, we'll stay here all night long.
Stick around for Reds Live. Chris Welsh will break it all down for you right after the game. All right, Brandon Phillips. He had that double with 2 outs and nobody on when the Reds were down 3-0 in the 8th inning. Scored the first of the 3 runs to tie it up. Ball 1 in. Three home runs on the year. He tried to make it 4 with that big swing. Brandon Phillips. Mike Dunn delivers. Fastball on the outside corner, a strike.
This guy's made some good pitches.
Shaking off his catcher, John Buck. 2-2. Came with a breaking ball and misses down and in. Rita Buck's calling for that gas.
Yeah, well, after back-to-back breaking balls, you run the count full. You can bet that Buck's going to call for the gas, and Dunn will probably feed it right in there to Brandon.
Old number 1, here she comes on a payoff pitch.
Ball 4. It's easy to say from here. When you're in a batter's box and it's coming in there in low to mid 90s, you don't have much time.
Let's take a peek in there again. We threw a fastball 3-2. Fastball. The Reds have the winning one aboard to begin the last of the 10th inning.
It's kind of what I was talking about with Mike Dunn, Tom, is that he gets to the point where he gets so emotional, so fired up that he just tried to throw that ball as hard as he possibly could, really with no idea where it was going. So the Reds reach a runner. Maybe one of their walks will finally come around to score. Every one of the runs that Marlins have scored tonight got on base via the base on balls. Maybe it's time to turn it around and do the other way.
Johnny Gomes knocked in the first of the 3 Reds runs in the 8th inning with a single to bring home Phillips. A lot of wide open spaces in that infield with the Marlins guarding the lines.
Well, that is close to a balk right there. I don't think he made anywhere. He wasn't anywhere close to stepping towards first base.
Strike one to Johnny.
There's no real 45-degree line, but I mean, you've got to step towards first a little bit. That is really pushing the envelope right there. Angel Hernandez got the good line on it.
One ball and one strike on Johnny Gomes. The Reds look dead in the water in the bottom of the 8th inning after the Marlins scored 2 runs, the first 2 runs allowed by Aroldis Chapman the entire year. 2 out, nobody on. 5 straight hits to tie the game at 3, and now the winning run aboard in the 10th with nobody out.
Yeah, I said it last night, Tom, and I guess it's worth repeating that this is the type of ball game, like last night's, that the Reds won regularly in 2010. 22 times they won in their last at bat. If they win it tonight, they'll be in their last at bat.
And Billy Hatcher is over there screaming at Angel Hernandez. I think he's telling him, are you watching what I'm watching?
Well, that quick move right there, I'm not so sure. But the one move, the first move that he made, I thought that he did not step towards first base. That step-off move that's perfectly legal right there. He's probably yelling at Brandon Phillips to get back.
Two and one now to Johnny Gomes. Well, Johnny looking down there to Mark Berry, the third base coach, and Berry was starting to walk back towards the left field line. Hit it and hit it hard. Ball 3.
Send a runner right here. Stay out of the double play. He's going to be hacking. If it's in the zone, you know Johnny's going to be hacking at it.
First 2 on. And Cairo unquestionably will be asked to bunt.
Now that will bring up Ramon Hernandez with a base open if the bunt is right. If Cairo is asked to bunt and gets the bunt down, here's what might happen. Ramon Hernandez comes up next. They've got to bring the infield in, the outfield in. They put Hernandez on with the base on balls, and the call comes down to Paul Janisch again.
Cairo does not have a sacrifice this year. Sacrifices last year for the Reds. And boy, you can't roll it out there any better than that.
Oh.
And the throw pulls him off the bag, and everybody's safe.
Boy, did he nonchalant himself into an error right there. That's the problem when you've got a guy out there who is a full effort pitcher like Mike Dunn, and he turns around and has to throw it at half speed to first base. You don't know how to throw that ball.
Well. Who would have thunk it, quite honestly, that the Reds would be batting in the bottom of the 10th inning with the bases loaded, nobody out in a tie game, after the way things look with 2 outs and nobody on in the 8th.
Boy, full house here. A lot of them stayed around, and they are just hoping they're moments away from celebrating.
Well, that's all for Dunn. as the Marlins are going to go to their bullpen. I mean, they've already used Choate, they've already used Dunn, they've used Mujica, they've used Ryan Webb. And I think that the manager is saying, I never called for the pitcher. I didn't think he did.
Well, the whole team was waving Sanchez. Brian Sanchez was coming in from the bullpen. Who called for him then?
Well, I'm not sure what's going on out there. Edwin Rodriguez is obviously talking things over with Joe West. I think he might have been signaling to his right fielder to come on in.
Yeah.
Rather than signaling for a right-hander to come in from the bullpen.
What they're going to do, I think, is play a six-man infield. They're going to put their left fielder in left center field, the right fielder in right, or the center fielder in right center field, and they're going to bring another outfielder in the infield to try to guard against a ground ball that'll be shot into the hole somewhere.
And Joe West just wants to make sure he tells Dusty Baker what's going on. It's clearly just a misunderstanding of the signal given. Edwin Rodriguez was signaling to one of his outfielders, and it's going to be Chris Coghlan. He went to get a new glove.
Yeah,
Coghlan originally came up a third baseman, moved to second base, left field, center field. But he'll get an infielder's glove on. And like you said, they'll put an extra man in the infield, and he's the guy. It's still done on the mound.
Well, it's a six-man infield because you count the pitcher as an infielder. So they're going to play two on the left side, three on the right side. There's the third baseman, Helms. Coghlan will come in and play in the second base area. Man, this is great.
All right, here we go. Chance to win it right here and right now.
Anything into the outfield. Except a little pop-up will win it for him. Hernandez is looking to make contact and get it by these guys who are crowding him on the edge of the infield grass.
Winning run at third with nobody out. And it's ball one. So in the infield, you have Helms, Ramirez, Coghlan, Bonifacio, and Sanchez. Cousins and Stanton in the outfield. Ramon Hernandez. Ramon 2 out of 4 in the game tonight. Could easily be 3 or 4. Robbed of a hit way back in the second inning on a diving stab made by Ramirez. And now they will move 3 infielders to the left side. Coghlan has moved over.
Breaking ball count.
One and one on Hernandez. Done the pause, done the pitch. Bouncing ball to short. They throw to the plate, get the out there, and they will not try and double up Hernandez. So that's out number 1 here in the 10th. And really, it comes down to what you thought it might on a successful bunt.
Well, you're right. And what they're going to do now is send the center fielder Coghlan back to his center field position and play it normally. They're going to look for a regular double play ball on the ground. So far, the six-man defense worked for Edwin Rodriguez. And it'll lie on the back of Paul Janisch. I thought it was very interesting the way they brought the infield, the third man in the infield, over to the left side. Obviously going to throw Ramon Hernandez a breaking ball, figuring he would pull that ball. Sure enough, he pulled the ball the left side. They fed right into what the defense was. Well, you talk about drawing it up and having it happen for you. The Marlins manager is doing it right now. This guy can spoil the party for him, though.
Here's Janisch. He had a big hit that tied the game in the 8th inning. Ball 1.
But still, Law, the Marlins outfield has to play very shallow. And I can tell you one thing. Where Chris Coghlan is playing in center field, there is no way he's going to throw anybody out from there. Not with his arms barking the way it is. Now they're going to bring him in. Way in. And he's still too far.
Winning run at third with one out here in the 10th inning. 2-0. Reds trying to snatch victory from the very throat of defeat here tonight. Gomes at third. 2-0 count. And it's in there, a strike. 2-1 to Giannis. That's a borderline strike.
Man.
Two and one now to Paul Giannis. 3 balls and a strike.
Well, he is missing down and in, carrying that ball, flying open with his front side. Get ready to center one right here, Paul.
Took a 3-1 fastball right down the can.
That's what you get on 3-1. You often get on 3-2.
Big deep breath by Dunn. 3-2 pitch on the way to Giannis. And this will be the second out of the inning. The Reds had him loaded with nobody out. And now they're loaded with 2 out. And the one-time Florida Marlin World Series hero Edgar Renteria comes to the plate. Holy Moses. Renteria, the right foot in the box, followed by the left foot in the box. Everybody back to regular depth with 2 away. They're still loaded. Strike 1. Dunn trying to work out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam. Renteria trying to deny that. Of course, it was 1997, Game 7. Renteria, the base hit to drive in Craig Counsell to beat the Cleveland Indians 4-3 in that 1997 World Series. Edgar Renteria. Out of play. Here's that 1997 hit off Charles Nagy, who was on in relief. And the celebration was on in South Florida in only the 4th year of the Marlins franchise. They win the whole thing. That was a great World Series. Well, that was a great Cleveland club, too. 1-2 now on Edgar Renteria. Winning run at third, but 2 men are out. And a base hit into left field.
Does it again.
And Edgar Renteria, the game winner. 12th time in his career he's ended a regular season game with a base hit. So after all these years, Edgar Renteria comes back to bite the team for which he originally began his major league career.
What a game tonight. Let's take one more look at the game-winning hit. Finding the hole on the left side. Hard hit, slap, ball. Ball game.
Great stuff. Great stuff. Great win for the Reds tonight. Dusty fired up. Everybody fired up. Celebration on in Cincinnati. The series even at a game apiece. Let's go downstairs to Jeff Piccolo with Edgar Renteria.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Obviously, I'm sure this doesn't compare to the 1997 World Series when you got that base hit to win over the Cleveland Indians. But how exciting was this, Edgar, to come back? You've been on the bench. You've been watching the whole game against your former team, and to be able to come in and contribute like that.
No, that's exciting, because we battled all those 9 innings. So I think it was a little down in the first 6 innings, but we show we can play late in the game, and that's what we do.
One of the reasons they brought you here was exactly this. They knew that you were one of these guys that could come off the bench. You're going to be able to play a lot at shortstop, but to be able to come through in these clutch situations, especially after the year you had last year, and the confidence that Dusty and them has in you, that has to make you confident when you go to the plate in these situations, right?
Yeah, I got a lot of confidence. I've been in that situation before a lot of time, and I just looking for one pitch. I'm trying not miss with the throw, and I put a good swing in that fastball inside, and the ball go through.
It's been a very tough season so far for this team. You've been so close to, having a huge record right now. This puts you back over 500 again, and you finally win another one of the close games. That's big for the guys in the clubhouse, for confidence for everybody, isn't it?
Yeah, that's real big. Tomorrow we have to come on and finish the series, and we have to take the series. Tomorrow we have to be ready, and I think we're in good shape right now. So everybody try to getting together, and hopefully the season is going to be good.
Congratulations on a great game tonight and a big hit.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Edgar Renteria, Jim, gets the big hit and the big RBI, and most of this sold-out crowd still here cheering for him. So, Jimmy, my partner, back up to you, my friend.
Peg, thank you very much. A lot of them are around our set. It's a winning night in Cincinnati. Perfect weather night. Joey Votto MVP bobblehead night. And it looked bleak with 2 outs in the 8th inning, but what a comeback victory for Cincinnati. Coming up on Reds Live, the comeback comes through. Reds have fallen short on those comebacks a little bit this year, but not on this night. This is a well-played baseball game. We're going to talk about a pair of aces. Let's not forget Josh Johnson. Boy, he was mowing them down. The Reds finally got to the bullpen in the 8th and the 10th inning. And we'll have an exclusive chat with Aroldis Chapman. A tough night on the mound for him, but we'll talk about a multitude of issues, what he wants to do in the future, and pitching on back-to-back days, etc. A lot to come with. Come back with us here from Great American Ballpark, the home of the Reds, Fox Sports Ohio. The highlights. We'll take you into the clubhouse. You'll hear from Dusty before anyone else. Another exclusive interview as well. It's after this.